Hey. Alright, this was the correct one. There we go. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to a little bit more of White Mage Solo Challenge. The main reason why I'm currently focusing on the White Mage is because, well, construction work is still going on next door, so I may or may not have to mute my microphone frequently. But on the other hand, I'm actually also really motivated to finally continue and also complete the big grind, as I call it. We have 65 elixirs, 2/3 of what we need almost. We need 34 more elixirs to complete this. We need one more level for Ferris, and then we need to level up Gallo to about level 35-ish. I think that should be enough. So, I'm not sure how long this will take, but I'm absolutely certain this will not take as long anymore as it already took up until now. Alright, let's just go, because, well, that's what we do. Also, don't forget to actually kill off my party before I do anything else, as usual. I forgot to pop out chat, give me a second. So, let's see. Greetings to you, Quadlight. Greetings to you, Lethlin. And greetings to you, Yandere. Yandere? Feel free to correct me on how to pronounce your name. I hope you're having a lovely day so far. Morning, afternoon, whatever it might be. And yes, currently there's construction work going on next door. Right now you can't hear anything. Apparently the most rough portion has been completed, but there's still going to be a bit of work done. So we just need to be a little bit more patient, and it will be complete very soon. No problem. Also, it's kind of nice to just lean back and relax and not do anything too serious when I couldn't really get much sleep. Mostly because of said construction work, but I'd rather have it get done than, well, get sleep. Also, I forgot to continue the timer. Whoopsie. That's okay. It's not terribly accurate either way. Yandere? That's correct. Alrighty, thank you. Appreciate that. So, making sure that I actually sit up straight, because that's what I need to do. Last stream I managed to go the entire 7 hours of just focusing on it, which is rather fascinating, because I didn't expect to be able to keep that up during mostly grinding session. But yeah, here we are, and just continue the grind. If you have any questions, any concerns, I don't know, whatever you might have, just feel free to post it. Other than that, I will just grind a bit, I guess. Oh, my phone, maybe. Be that close. So, my estimate yesterday was it takes approximately 2.5 more hours until we complete the grind for elixirs. I would expect another 20-ish minutes, 20 to 30 minutes to reach level 64 after that with Ferris. And after that we should take about an hour, maybe 2, to level up Gallof. It depends on how well that goes. Considering Gallof is level 1 right now, it will probably take a few deaths until he managed to not die and kill one of the Hydras while Ferris is dead. Because we probably either need a back attack or him dodging an attack. Or for some reason the Hydra not dealing any damage with poison breath, something like that. And also him immediately on the first hit defeating the Hydra with a Phoenix Stone. I don't plan on leveling anywhere else beforehand with Gallof. I don't think that is necessary. And greetings, Nine Ghost, how are you doing? Also, on a completely separate note, recently-ish I've started testing out another browser for internet stuff that is called Vivaldi. Apparently some of the original guy for Opera was involved in creating that, and you can definitely see the influence of it. The mouse gestures feel okay and fairly responsive. I think it's just mostly me who is not used to those anymore. However, I'm missing two things from that browser currently, and that's why I'm currently not using it either way. Otherwise, it would probably be quite good. One is the mouse gestures don't allow you to use the mouse wheel for specific things. So the old Opera version, I don't know, that's 7-8 years ago, used to have a mouse gesture where you hold the right mouse button and then you scroll the mouse wheel up and down. If you scroll down, you would switch to the most recent tab that you had open before that one. If you switched up, you would go to the next one, and it actually created an entire list before you switched tabs. As in, the list was just shown, and thus I didn't need tabs at the top of my browser anymore. Had a bit more space there, which was quite nice. Unfortunately, Vivaldi currently does not seem to have that option, so that's a bit of an unfortunate thing. But it's not a deal breaker. The deal breaker for me currently is that it doesn't seem to handle streaming on multiple monitors particularly well. More specifically, even just having tabs open of the same browser instance on multiple monitors, as in just kind of separate ones, seems to be a bit tricky. Actually, that thing reminds me, maybe I just didn't look for an option. There might be an option where Chrome has the option to enable processing for each individual tab separately. Maybe I have to find that for that browser as well. Because it creates currently a basically pop-out window, which has that awkward bar, the window bar at the top. Which, on Chrome, you just drag the window out and you have a separate window. As in, you drag the tab out of the main browser and then you have a separate window, which is way more convenient. Vivaldi, on one hand, takes about 2 or 3 seconds until that happens, and then it doesn't look quite as nice. So yeah, I hope they get those kinds of things sorted out somehow, at least the multiple monitor thing. And preferably the mouse gestures thing as well, although that is just a thing that I would like to have. I'm not going to blame them if they don't implement that. Also, we found 1 elixir so far, so only 33 more, and we are done here. The nice thing about getting the elixirs now, before I hit level 64 with Ferris, is that the experience I gain with Ferris right now is actually useful towards the next level, whereas the experience towards 65 is just kind of, I don't really need it, probably. The downside is, Ferris' next spell modifier to heal more and deal more damage to spells is on level 64. Currently I do just not enough damage with Cure 1 to one-shot the undead husks reliably. So I spend about 3 times as much MP as I otherwise would need to. Actually only a little bit more than double. It's 4, it's 5, it's 9 MP instead of just 4. But on the other hand, that is really a minor one. I have to go back to restore MP a bit more frequently, which doesn't cost all that much time. And greetings to you, it's too early. How are you doing? How is it going? Greetings to you, Aegis. How are you doing? Another Tuesday. It is indeed another Tuesday. I hope another good one. Another slouch day. No slouching allowed. Also meeting microphone real quick, be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Excuse me, I needed to blow my nose. Actually, I need to do that again. Be right back. It's Valentine's Day, it is indeed. 14th of February, as I was reminded pretty much every year since I was born. And greetings, Danny the Boo. How are you doing, sir? I mean, let me be honest. As much as it kind of bugs me a bit that it just gets commercialized with what you should do on, well, Valentine's Day, Christmas Day, all those kinds of things. I do agree with the sentiment of let's be nice to each other and maybe take your time for others too. I like doing that pretty much every day, but hey, sometimes it's nice to get a reminder that, oh yeah, I should do that. Maybe it's sometimes nice to have a day where you specifically plan on doing a bit more than usual. Hopefully I have some good puns. Why would I have those? Am I missing something? I love how Grimer seems just super excited about everything. It's Valentine's Day! Hello! It just is so weirdly fitting, I like it. Oh shoot, hang on a second, guys. A second. I forgot, I reset the settings last time for the chat tool that is displayed on stream to include Franker face emotes. So I didn't do that up until now. Now it does it again. Well, at least soon anyways. Wow, we have only punishment here. Wow. Are we constant lifelong Valentine's Day reminders? Nah. I do not. Can someone try the Grimer emote just to see whether it now works for... Oh. It doesn't yet. Come on. What are you doing? Loading emotes complete. Greetings, Trash Guy. How are you doing? Please work. There we go. Now it's loaded. Yay! I love Grimer. It's so happy about everything. You're fine? Nice, glad to hear that. So we need 80,000 more experience, a bit more than that. I'm curious how much it will be at the end of the elixir grind to get up to level 64. We are stacking Grimers here. Nice. You can make basically like a cheerleader pyramid with Grimers. I think that should work. Well, that just looks like a Grimer arrow or a Grimer parade. I know this is generally called a pyramid, but I was more thinking of something vertical, like when cheerleaders sometimes stack on top of each other for a weird tower type thing. Because they can do that. You can't break that. Can't touch that. Something like that. So yeah. I wonder, is anyone doing anything special today, or is it just kind of like a day like every other for you guys? You'll know when you get home. I see. Yesterday? That's nice. Going a bit ahead of the curve. Just another Tuesday. Lots of crazy people in Rio's channel. Oh yeah, I can imagine. Although the chat seems to be significantly different from last time I started watching it. As in, I knew he made a difference in terms of his one-month ban policies, but I didn't expect this to turn the chat around like this. Which, if I'm completely honest, I like his chat now more than it was before, but that's just me. I don't think it was bad before, it just wasn't as much of my thing. What? You had half the country lined up. Either you live in a really small country or that's a lot of people. I think that's actually possible for be both in this case. That's pretty impressive. But why would you cry? Please don't do that. If you couldn't find the correct one, hopefully next time. Whoa, there we go. Nice, Lethlin. I wonder whether you can make it a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 pyramid, where spaces in between the blanks. But that's a really nice one. Oh wait, it doesn't even display correctly on the stream. Ow. That's unfortunate. I don't want to move it so it fits on the stream, but in the regular chat it's a perfect pyramid. Yeah, it doesn't look quite right on the stream chat, unfortunately. We'll probably do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 if given enough time. Attack from the back. Oh no. I could have used Cure 1 on this one and found one more encounter, but yeah, it's okay. Oopsie. Let's just go for now. I think that was 1 elixir for this amount of MP this time around. It's not a whole lot, is it? Or maybe 2? Maybe I just didn't pay attention. Let's see. It was actually 3 elixirs that we gained. Alright, 3 elixirs for 1 roll of magic. Not entirely sure how long that took. That seems like it was about 25 minutes. Nah, more like 15. 15 to 20. But I might be wrong with 2.5 hours, unfortunately. Or maybe that was just variance. But I have the slight suspicion that it's going to take a bit longer than originally anticipated. You suppose your plans consist of sitting up straight in this chair? I mean, you're doing something good for your future, so that's a plus, right? And greetings, Rubinator. Yes, indeed. There is only white mage. There's going to be a brief period where it's going to be Gallop only, which is why I'm going to be him leveling up as well for the Fork Tower and his solo portion, and also Later Kara for the little... What's the sandworm? Not the sandworm called. Hand lane. But other than that, it will just be Ferris. And I'm currently farming up elixirs to survive Atmos. Although the choice for Ferris specifically is mostly... There is not much of a difference between Butts and Ferris. And I just like Ferris more. That's pretty much it, really. I like purple. Hopefully your future self appreciates good posture. At some point we will probably look back and just go, wow. I used to think that was difficult and now it's just natural, right? And that's how we plan on handling it. Also feel like, at least to me, people who just can naturally sit and stand upright or walk even upright just looks much better overall, I feel. Poor choices obviously picked the pirate. Our matey. I guess. The obviously non-white mage choice too. A pirate white mage, or do you mean because of the stats? Ferris has, I think, pretty high average stats, a bit less HP than Butts and Galuf, a bit less strength than Butts, but the same as Galuf. I think she has higher intelligence than Butts and Galuf, but less than Lena or Rena. And what else? I think she also... Did I say agility already? I think she has higher agility than them. But the stats are very marginally better. The difference is actually significant in the sense that she would, I think, need level 66 to reach another attack multiplier. As in 2 more levels after my goal level of 64, compared to Butts, whose attack multiplier is at 64. So that's the one difference. But for me, survivability after initially beating Hull boss, Soul Cannon are way more important. The character isn't terribly nurturing, mostly because of necessity. He's fun. Thank you very much for Craigasm 1, Craigasm 1, Craigasm 1, Craigasm 1, Craigasm 1. Well, I guess that's about 110 bits, probably. Something like that. Let me check. I think that's 112 or 111. Either way, hello Zynathon, and thank you, sir. Really appreciate that. I've never seen the Swift Rage run. Unfortunately, the little chat blocking that I have doesn't pick them up either. But those are bits. Thank you very much. A little rabbit is hungry too. How are you doing, Zynathon? And how are you doing, Shibinator? How's it going? She's pretty steal everything and take everything for herself kind of girl, rather than the heal a paper cut type. I mean, you could also kind of reason that's why her allies are all kind of on the floor unconscious. And she's just dragging them along, not caring about reviving them. So you can't even make it be sensible in the story sense. Indeed. Apparently it was broken the last 2 or 3 days with the bits and Streamlabs, and now they fixed it. They actually literally, about 2 hours before I shut down the stream, apparently fixed it for Streamlabs, but since we don't often get particularly many bits, we didn't know that until now. Well, technically, you didn't know that. I had read it up a little, just to see whether it was an issue of my end. You're tired and working. Ooh. I hope you can be careful. Tired and working is not a fun combination usually. Wish you good luck with that. Speaking of hunger, oh, the bot is offline. Sorry, give me a second. Wow, so many elixirs in a short time frame now, that's awesome. But yeah, either way, I would say Faris is not actually stealing out of greed, but out of necessity in the end. So I think it's more justifiable. At least from my perspective. How many did we get just now? 71, holy smokes. That was like 4 elixirs in just less than 10 minutes actually. That's nice. Whoa, almost. Almost, indeed. Rump. Nom 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 nom. The rabbit finds a suspicious taco in the food box. It looks like it developed sentience. Hello friend, it suddenly says, scaring the rabbit away. Oh. Hey Pernox, good evening. How are you doing? Afternoon, morning, whatever it might be for you. Greetings to you. Inverted pyramid test. Almost. It's okay. Don't worry about it, Lethlin. The Grimer hype is more than acceptable. Who left that taco there? I'm not entirely sure who created it, but I feel like that might have been you. Always good. Wow, that sounds awesome. Glad to hear that. I'm doing quite excellent too, thank you. And we are in the same time zone. Indeed, and then it's basically evening. Although it's not as dark anymore as it used to be about a month or 2 ago. Well, as it would have been around this time, that is. Just barely. Legitimately the max character limit. Wow. Nice. Good job, Lethlin. The little Grimer at the bottom is the strongest. The 2 little Grimer at the almost bottom are stronger. Then we get a little bit less strong. And then the others are just having fun up there. You're from Germany. Well then, greetings from the south. Or greetings from Germany. Wait, no, that's the other way around. Excuse me. Yeah, greetings from the south. It's so good that winter is leaving now. You hate winter. Oh. I like winter because it's not as hot as it is in the summer. Although I generally prefer a mild spring or autumn, because then it's also not quite as cold. So either autumn or spring are probably my favorite seasons. You love the sun? Well, I think we should see a bit more of that in the near coming future, so that's going to be awesome for you. Here's a question for you, Mr. Regamov. Do you consider tacos a type of sandwich? I would say tacos are to sandwiches kind of like moths are to butterflies. It is very similar, and there is definitely an overlap there, but it's not quite the same. But both are really awesome. And greetings, Buick? QB! There we go, it's backwards. That took me way too long. Greetings to you, QB. And yes, we almost are, well, quote-unquote, almost are at the end of the big grind. The big grind being getting Fairies to level 64, so she can survive the Atmos fight, grinding out 99 elixirs so she can survive the Atmos fight, and then also leveling up Galuf eventually. So he can help out in the Fork Tower and the 2 bosses that Fairies is not present. Spring and autumn here is okay, but I really like to go swim with friends and be outside, late in the park with friends and beer. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. That definitely makes sense if you prefer summer, because then you can stay out for way longer. You can't just jump in the water because it's warm enough, even in the evening usually. And then a nice beer. Beer is not for me, but a lot of people really like it. And it definitely looks very enjoyable. And for me it's just going to be, well, I hope I have a working AC in the summer. Also, I feel like playing more Step Mania every day in the summer is going to be more efficient, but also I just really don't like sweating. But that's me. You like the transitional season? I don't like extreme weather for too hot or too cold. I agree with that, Aegis. That's kind of why I go with spring or autumn. Wow, that's a lot of elixirs all of a sudden. That's awesome. It would be nice to have some kind of switch where you can change the temperature. Yeah, or else just being not as sensible to temperature changes of between 0 and like 30 degrees Celsius. Something like that. Is it weird that I'm trying to figure out whether the Grimer pyramid could be done differently? Like, instead of having an entire blank space between each one of them, just keeping them together without a blank space in between, and just offsetting each column by about half a, well, emote. Not entirely sure how you would do that reliably though. That would probably be a bit of a weird pyramid. Unless you kinda get exactly half an emote of offset. If I could control all temperatures, I'd be so happy. That Grimer is so happy. Oh, I love the Grimer. Can you have half-width emotes? Well, one emote has 28 pixel width, so technically 14 pixels you would need to find. But on a baseline, all chat emotes are the same width. Maybe Franker Phrases has options, because they also have super large emotes. But I don't know about that actually. How many space presses equals an emote? I think more than one space press gets converted back down to one on a line of text, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong. So you would need to have a space press basically between each of the emotes somehow. Did I plan to do some kind of secret mana run later? Probably not today. It really depends on how long I feel like grinding. But it's more likely that if we switch away from the White Mage challenge, it's going to be Tales of Fantasia routing, rather than anything else. Yeah, because of compression. So even if you figure out you need exactly 4 spacebar presses, you would need to be able to put them in there somehow on the line where it's a bit wider than usual. So you could technically just use 4 emotes, offset it a bit to the right, the entire pyramid, by using blank emotes a bit further on the left and putting spacebars in between them. Actually, you do post spacebars in between blank emotes anyways. So I'm not sure how that would work in the end. You're really thinking about getting into Secret of Mana speedrun since it's your favorite game after Ocarina of Time. Oh, nice. I think it's really a small speedrun list for such a perfect game. I see. Well, that would be amazing. If you have any interest or would like to learn it and would also like to have some assistance, feel free to also check out the Mana Discord, which we have, well, a subsection for Secret of Mana. And I'm sure you would find plenty of support if you have any questions for that. But that would be great to have more runners. It's just my vision. When I recently-ish watched the Hulk learn Secret of Mana, I realized my vision on how difficult the game is was a bit skewed, as in it appears to be more difficult to get into than initially anticipated. Even though I already realized that a large portion of the difficulty of speedrunning Secret of Mana is really just getting into it. As in the learning until you get started is a pretty steep slope, unfortunately. And yes, pretty much what Letin explains. Is what is going on. This is the main reason why I chose Final Fantasy V for now. Right now it seems to be quiet, but I have no idea what he's working on currently. It's just a single guy working on renovations. It looked like when I checked earlier... Wow, 75 already. Nice. When I looked and checked the status earlier, he already removed the old stuff. And now is preparing to put in the new stuff. I think he needs to smooth out the surfaces and likely also do some more work before he can put in the new stuff, and then he should be done. I expect him to be done in about 2-ish days. I hope it's not going to last too long. Also, once again, as if someone has not realized that, or if you just kind of missed it, the next casual game, and that is simultaneously also the Rip Runners crossover game for Rayquaza, is going to be Breath of Fire. So I'm going to be starting my casual playthrough of that game sometime soon-ish. Hey Blood, how are you doing, sir? Good evening. Learning the one controller category wouldn't be too bad. Learning to use the controls would be pretty mind-boggling for a while, I imagine. The thing is, one controller category is generally regarded as being more difficult than the two controller category. Maybe I should create a route for one controller that is just easy. Like, figuring out the easy strategies for everything. Kind of like a beginner's route. Oh. I'm not sure. I really like the two controllers because the thing is, if you know how to handle the controllers, it makes the game so much easier than having only one controller. Just because it gives you, well, quite literally a lot more control over your characters. And also the ability to use different versions of the glitches, which are much more reliable, really. Go interview him for the stream. We can learn about home repair. Nah, that would be a bit weird. That crime. Oh, I love the grimers. Yay! Oh, we even got... Grimers are good luck, apparently. You get tons of elixirs with every grimer. You know the game really well. Oh, really good. I did casual playthroughs like 100 to 150 times. Wow, that's really impressive. So I think the biggest part would be learning of using the power charge glitch in a good time. Right. That sounds about right, actually. Technically, there's a lot more to it if you want to use our current routes, which just completely ignores getting armor. But I feel like if you know the game really well, you just can, kind of on your own volition, decide to go and buy more armor. Yeah. Love the grimers. Elixir! On elixir per grimer. I'm not sure it's going to be quite that simple, but I feel like that might be something. Your heart hurts a bit since you bumped it a lot on the air conditioner. Oh, that's a bit unfortunate. Hope it's not going to be too bad later. Other than that, you're fine. Okay, that sounds nice. And yes, grinding so far, initially the first set of, well, MP was not particularly promising, but the second set of MP was actually really strong in terms of elixir gain. So it kind of balances each other out, I guess. You didn't really mean that in terms of routes, Yaga, but in terms of managing one control is what we're used to. Using two controllers at the same time is like, how do I even? Yes, the thing about two controllers is really, it's just a thing you get used to. It's basically your controller has a few additional buttons you need to press. And once you get started, as in do your first two runs, it gets more and more natural very, very quickly. As in it's super quick and simple to learn in the end. But I realize it is quite intimidating and probably a pretty huge entry barrier for a lot of people. would learn Secret Mode if they were a basic one controller. Every time you say something like that, they never do. Well, why not just do it? Just do it. As stupid as that Shia LaBeouf meme is, just do it. And if it feels like a drag, just go a bit further. And a little bit further until you feel like you reached the limit and go 2 steps further. And then you can decide whether you may or may not want to continue that line. Just do it. But yeah, I feel like maybe we could figure out a one controller route that is for beginners. And just kind of make it a real beginner tutorial, so to speak. Fruit Bats actually created a pretty much absolute beginner's tutorial for Zelda Link to the Past, which I used for my 12-hour challenge. And that was very nice, because a lot of things I didn't have to care about because it just didn't mention them. Of course, there were more tricks, and a lot of things were just neglected in a sense, but you just also didn't have as much information and stuff to worry about. So I feel like, especially in a game like Secret of Mana, that might be very nice to have. You used to bump your head often, but today was more than usual. Oh. You're just too tall to work in your environment. That sounds pretty unfortunate. How many elixirs though? Being tall isn't all it's cracked up to be. Fun fact. When I was... Actually, it's still kind of true nowadays. If anything, I would like to be... smaller. Like in terms of height. I am literally 1 centimeter below average in terms of height already, so I'm, well, middle of the road anyways. But if anything, I would like to be smaller because of a bit of an odd reasoning. In a sense, I always feel more compelled to work hard and passionate if I feel like I'm in an underdog position. And I kind of thrive off that. And just being smaller would also invoke that sentiment in various other areas. And I think that might be beneficial to my person anyways. It's a bit of a weird one, but that's kind of how the thought goes. Being short sucks too? Maybe, maybe not. Probably to an extent. There's always upsides and downsides. You're thinking about making a Booskaboo emote for Frankus faces, but apparently there is at least one available already, and I don't know if there are rules about similar emotes. There are not, no. As long as your emote is fair game, you can submit a similar one that, for example, might just have better quality. I don't think there are any rules about that. You can just submit it, and if it gets approved, it gets approved. If not, they will tell you as to why. Another elixir, wow. Booskaboo is awesome. I like him. Rabbit found strawberries and was delighted. It trumped, and faster than the eye could see. All strawberries gone. Including stems and all the green stuff on top of it, because who cares about removing them if you're hungry, and you love strawberries. Okay, give me a second. I usually use a pillow to sit on my chair because the chair is a bit worn out, but sitting up straight is way easier when I remove the pillow. Not entirely sure why that is, but that's just how it is. I think it's because of it not being a particularly even surface. So let's see. I mean, I might as well create a theoretical. Do we have already 80? Wow, that was really fast to get to 80 after the initial slow start. That's awesome. So we are on it since less than an hour and already fought 15 elixirs. So the wow, the 2.5 hours might actually hold true in the end. That's awesome. So either way, the Seeker of Mana one controller category. How could you make that as easy as possible and as simple and straightforward as possible? One of the things would probably be pointing out where you can get save points, pointing out extra equipment that you can buy for safety and for simplicity, pointing out easy strategies to run through areas. Because a lot of the movement from Seeker of Mana is you have to come up with it on the fly just by knowing how your characters work. So you just play the game basically until you get better at it. So just a general strategy like using Frost Saber in various areas might make it way easier. He is a good idea. He sounds like a really good idea actually. I've run out of iced tea. Give me a second. And I have reacquired some iced tea. Enjoy your tea, guys. Oh, how long has the mouse cursor been here? Sorry about that. I did not notice. So let's see. A simple Seeker of Mana route. You would not do the girl skip. You would just kind of go the standard route or path that you do in a standard game as well. Just nothing out of the ordinary for that matter. You might want to buy some initial equipment for the boy. And also point out the easiest way to get past the areas. The simple strategy like ballooning enemies in the sewers, just at every opportunity. Hey Faceoneski, good evening sir, how are you doing? Delicious coffee, ages rebels. No. Coffee is fine too. You can have one coffee a month and it'll be fine. No problem. So, you would definitely use Undini against the fire, because I don't think you would level up Undini beforehand, that's just not necessary. I would point out various other opportunities for equipment trashing if necessary, so people could just restock their goods. Maybe I would want to create a list of places where you can restock equipment. You would also use Gnome for Wallface. You would try to use probably a barrel and then overcharge attacks for the boy. Or the Spiky Tiger, the Kilroy. I'm not sure what you would do about Jabberwocky. You would likely just straight up level up Sylph to level 1, and then use Sylph against Great Viper. For Mech Rider, you would just straight up use Undine instead of trying overcharges. For Boreal Face, you would be using a barrel and overcharges. For Minoros, you would be using Sylph straight up. What else? In the sewers, you would be frequently using Balloon to get through. For Doomswall, you would probably use Undine as well with Freeze. Maybe switch over to Gnome to level up Gnome as well. Actually, do you need Gnome? It's the other place where you would need Gnome. Thundergigas and Blue Dragon, but you don't even visit those. So yeah, you don't actually level up Gnome at all. Never mind that. You know, if you were a monster this year, you would be freaked out. Here is a white mage wandering around aimlessly for hours on end, carrying 3 corpses with him, killing everything in sight. And here is your misconception, it's too early. Ferris is not killing everything, she is healing them and releasing them from their torment of the undead life. So she has tried to eradicate the entirety of all the poor people that happened to fall victim to the ship's graveyard. The call of the siren. But it seems like it's a pointless task where we would have an endless wave of undeads that Ferris needs to help get into, well, their final resting place. Or maybe she will eventually give up. But yeah, maybe. Maybe they would enjoy just kind of having more people join, and they just kind of would like to ask, hey, can the 3 corpses come out and play? And Ferris is just kind of the overly protective mother who just goes, no, no you cannot, and shoos them away by throwing apples at them. Healthy apples, which they don't like. Which is why basically Ferris heals them to death. Heal bombing indeed. By the way, have you ever taken a closer look at that Psycho Head enemy? The thing in the top here? That thing is really messed up, actually. It's basically a free-floating head with a gigantic tongue, and the front portion of it, towards Ferris, is the skin that is ripped off the head, and the back portion is probably just the skull or the zombie remains that are under it. It's actually really messed up if you think about it. Did my mom throw apples at visitors? No. She did her best to not be the overly protective kind, because she was well aware that you need to experience the world in order to be able to fend for yourself. Even though she was always worried, I only started to realize how much she actually worries a fair bit later down the road. Ow. Puffing on. Apples hit hard even if you're not undead, right? Probably. It really depends on how hard you are throwing them, what brand of apple they are, etc. Hmm. I'm currently having a bit of an odd thought. Give me a second. That is completely unrelated to what we are doing here. Also, I think that is... well, 18... no, 17 elixirs so far. 17 more and we are done. So basically we already got half the elixirs in just over an hour. That's awesome. I hope that keeps up like this. I just had a completely odd thought. Not about my stream, but about Rayquaza stream. Ryu seems to never sleep. Also now he seems to use a face cam. So I'm wondering if you watch at his face cam. He has his head shaved. No hair up there for the most part. So if he would do a really long streaming session, like something like the original Barbarian stream, would you see, compared to the beginning of the stream, his hair grow compared to the end? Because he would stream for so long. More Grimers! They seem to help quite a bit actually. Yup. That's amazing. How does that even work? Nice Godlight. And greetings GF, or GFYE. Feel free to correct me how to pronounce your name. More Grimers. Grimers bring good luck and elixirs apparently, which is good luck to get them. So that's nice. Also Grimer is really happy. I like being happy. And I like if other people are happy, that's nice too. Sometimes you can't always be happy. And that's okay. That just serves to show you how nice it is to be happy. It's kind of the type of paradox where if you were always in a good spot and happy, you would not know that you are in a good spot and happy because that's just normal for you. You have not experienced the bad side of it. And that's a bit of a bad one. And greetings, Inks. You have no idea what I'm doing. I'm running in circles here, and I'm defeating enemies that can give me elixirs. Those undead rusk, basically undead husk enemies, they have a 1 in 16 chance to give an elixir after I defeat them. So I defeat them just by healing them to death with a solo white mage here, and hope for getting elixirs. I'm currently aiming to gain a total of 99 elixirs, which only 16 more and we are there, in order for me to be able to progress with the challenge I'm currently doing. This is a solo white mage challenge. Also the car cursor enemies, that weird blue wave type thingy at the bottom right, can also drop elixirs 1 in 16 times. Either way, the challenge I'm currently doing is a solo white mage challenge, which means a single character out of a party of possible 4 characters. Just only Fairies is going to be fighting, and Fairies will only have the chop as a white mage, nothing else. Final Fantasy V allows you to pretty much freely choose and switch between job classes, which have various advantages and disadvantages, like being able to equip certain equipment, having certain abilities. And the original idea of the game is that you play a character as a certain job class for a while, then they master that job class, and then can use that job's abilities for other jobs as well if you just assign them. Like, you can train up a character as a thief. That thief eventually learns an ability called Snatch, which is an attack plus a steal attempt on an enemy. And then you transform that character into a different class, like a black mage. The black mage could then use that Snatch ability as well. and would be able to attack and steal items at the same time. Of course, a black mage with that ability is not terribly useful, but there's much more useful things. For example, the red mage, if you completely master that class, has an ability called X-Magic or Double Cast, where you can quite literally cast 2 spells at the same time. It doesn't matter which spells, so you can master the red mage and then switch to a black mage and cast 2 of the strongest black mage spells at the same time, more or less. That is just an example of that. So that's the idea of the game. However, there are various challenge runs which deliberately decide to go only with one job class with just one character, which makes it rather difficult to defeat various bosses. And for specifically one boss, I'm farming up a storm, like 99 elixirs, which completely restore your health and magic, but we mostly care about health, and also level up high enough to have a high enough health pool to survive that onslaught of spells. 40-hour speedrun. No, this is just a challenge run. I do have no SRL in the title, don't I? Yeah, alright, I do. Basically, this is not a speedrun. I am just playing the game. And this is not a single session either. This is over the course of multiple sessions. I'm just continuously trying to achieve, well, a game completion with a single solo white mage challenge. And greetings, Matrick, how are you doing? Am I going to submit this run? No. I'm just going to highlight and archive it on Twitch and YouTube. So anyone who would like to see my journey could watch it again. But it's mostly a challenge. It's a journey, as I just said. Which, for a large portion, consists of grinding and preparation until you finally can move on. Every chop system like that breaks the game in the end. Yes, if you take a good advantage of it, it does. And greetings, Hoppy the Fool, thank you. And I hope you're having a good day as well, sir. Cannot complain, glad to hear that, Metric. And yes, I am farming for 99 elixirs here specifically. Later on I will farm a little bit more experience in another area that is more efficient for experience. But right now it is elixirs that we are looking for. So yeah, to give you a brief idea, a white mage has only 2 weapon types that he can equip, or she for that matter. Paris is a lady. And that is a staff weapon, which there are not terribly many staff weapons, and no, actually that's it. White mage can only equip staves. And the best damaging weapon that we can get as a staff weapon to deal physical damage, which by the way, outside of healing undead enemies specifically, is the only means of offense for a poor little white mage, is a Morning Star. That Morning Star you find in the second area of the game, pretty early on, and that thing accompanies you until about to the half of the game. So you just slowly plink away at enemies' health, unless you can just heal them to death. So for example, one of the easier boss fights, the Sandworm, took like 40 minutes to beat. There was no danger of me dying, but the white mage just has no offensive capabilities. I just need to see that I survive the fight. And there are specific fights, like the Atmos fight, where the idea is that you kill him before he kills you, by clever management of your party. But my party is dead, and I have no offense, so I just need to somehow survive the storm of meteor spells that he throws at me. And greetings to you, Caster Shell. How are you doing? And this run is going quite fine. We found already more than half the elixirs that we were looking for to gain in this area before we move on. As in this session specifically. So it's going quite fine. But yeah, if anyone has any more questions about the game, about the challenge, feel free to just ask. I have plenty of time to explain this. We are in a sense, in no rush. I'm trying to do this as efficient and fast as possible, but you don't do this kind of challenge for speed either way. Because it's just slightly ridiculous. Ever so slightly. You're attempting to wake up. Wish you good luck on that. Good morning. Good morning. So, right now we don't have quite as many elixir drops as before, but on the other hand, before we seemed to get extremely lucky to get that many elixirs in such a short time span. Are there any other notable solo class runs? Yes, there are. So if you would like to see, I'm not the first one to do this kind of challenge. There are solo character challenge runs for literally every other class out there. Not necessarily in video form, but mostly in text form, as in there are kind of like diaries or blocks, you can say, of, let's say, 2 notable people that I know of that have completed this kind of challenge in conjunction with each other, more or less, for literally every character class in this game. With one, well, kind of exception, but not really. But if you would like to see that, the website in question is sola.com, which if you want like to read up on more of those. And the most insane challenges over there, let me link that to you real quick. The most insane challenges over there are the Bard, Thief, White Mage and Berserker. So I draw heavy inspiration and strategy and ideas from the White Mage run that was completed by T-Hawk already, which is why I know what I have to prepare for and that I need to farm 99 elixirs in the first place. So I'm a bit more prepared than he was when he just kind of started doing his thing, but only a little bit more. The other ones are by Sola himself, who completed the Bard, Thief and the Berserker challenge. Those are the most notable classes because their offensive capabilities are just so weak. Like, extremely weak. You would not necessarily think as much of the Thief. Actually, also you would not think of it as the Berserker being weak offensively, but let me explain. For the Berserker, it is not necessarily his offense being weak. He deals a lot of damage when he hits. But there's one huge issue with that. And that is, you cannot control a Berserker in combat. So, you get into combat and the Berserker starts whacking stuff randomly, with random targeting, until either he falls or the enemies fall. And that's all the Berserker does. And there are enemies which are just ridiculous to get past when you cannot heal your character in combat. That is probably the most notable thing. You cannot heal a Berserker in combat. At least not yourself. And the other one is... let's see. I'm getting back to the Berserker in a second. The Thief. The Thief is the fastest class of all classes, which is pretty awesome. But speed, unfortunately, does not really help you in terms of two major issues that come with it. Thief has absolutely no offensive abilities. He has nothing for him to help him in combat deal more damage, or AoE damage for that matter. Also, his choice of weapons is limited to just the daggers. Daggers weapons are not bad. Better than staves, for the most part anyways. But it's still extremely limiting to be only able to use daggers, which are also not that strong for a large portion of the game until you get to the very late game. But mostly him not having any abilities for combat is what hurts him, so he's just essentially a glorified white mage, but instead of healing magic he will use potions. And also the only other advantage that Thief has is being able to acquire set potions and high potions and elixirs a bit earlier and a little bit faster, and that's it. His strength is also only average. The next one is the Bard. The Bard is pretty much like the Thief, pretty fast. And he does not really have anything that helps him in combat, because he's supposed to be a group character that buffs his allies. Which is kind of difficult to do if your allies are supposed to be dead, because it's a solo character challenge. There are some things that help the Bard, like being able to hide in combat, which allows you to run certain enemies just straight out of magic and avoid abilities that would otherwise usually kill you. So the Bard has some things going for him. Also the buff songs and abilities do help a little bit. But other than that, his offense being so weak and his HP pool being not as high kind of makes him pretty rough either way. Also, his only weapons are daggers and harps, I believe they are called. And harps are not really good weapons, with minor exceptions. And the other one of the insane challenges is the White Mage. White Mage is just super weak, as in literally the weakest class offensive, both because of low strength, but also mostly because of limiting weapon choice. His best offensive weapon is the Morningstar, and it will take me a long time to plink away enemies even with that, plus I don't even get that weapon until quite a fair bit later. Either way, despite that, those insane challenges, Thief, Bard and White Mage, have still been completed and have received a full write-up and blog post about them. And it's really awesome to read, by the way. I can highly recommend you read through those. Especially White Mage is nice to read at the beginning, since it's more suitable if you don't necessarily know the game yourself. But the Berserker is the one that has not been completed by a human yet. We know it's theoretically possible because with tools, someone has started running a million attempts or something like that against the entity that is the final boss in order to try and defeat him, and eventually it succeeded. But it's just so insanely unlikely that, well, even with tools it took a really long time to figure out whether it's impossible or not. Wouldn't it be easier to buy the elixirs in your local inn? In Final Fantasy V you cannot buy elixirs until the very late game, and even then they cost 50,000 gil. I have 130,000 despite grinding this entire time already, so I would not even have the money or the ability to grind out quick money, even if I wanted to. I would say other notable chops are actually also the Blue Mage. I really like the blog report about the Blue Mage, since it's actually quite intriguing. The Chemist is also notable because he didn't just beat the game with the Chemist. He beat the super bosses with a solo Chemist as well. And it's quite fascinating to read about it too. On top of that, what else is interesting? This is my opinion. I think Summoner was pretty neat, and Red Mage mostly. Those are my favorite ones that I've read through. Oh. I don't have enough magic anymore. So yeah, this time it was unfortunately not quite as successful. So 4 loads of MP is about 1.5-ish hours. And greetings to you, Taltrack guy. You've been waiting 1 year to say that again, but happy Yagamath Day, everyone. Oh, happy Yagamath Day to you then. What might that be about, if I may ask? But greetings to you, Sir Taltrack guy. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Come on, Yaga. It's not my birthday, in case you're wondering about that. The reference earlier was about something else. As in the reminder of... As in getting reminded of this day-to-day every year. Oh my god. Most people don't know that. Did I say that at some point on stream? Yes, that's my name. Good morning, Rizu. I hope you're doing well. I wonder, did I blurb that out at some point on stream? That's possible. I don't actually remember that, but that's okay too. Thank you, and well, I hope you're having a lovely day. I like tacos, that sounds like a good one. Hang on, what I actually wanted to see is 83 elixirs. Still 16 more. That means we got 1 elixir in the entire previous MP cycle. That's not a whole lot. You have a good memory? That's impressive indeed. You do have a good memory. Am I grinding my butt off? Something like that. I'm sitting up straight, so my butt eventually will start to hurt. But I think that's a different topic. I'm grinding here for 99 elixirs, and then I will gain Fairies 1 more level before we can finally start going through the longer ruins and move on further through the game. The last boss we defeated after like 50 attempts and then a 1.5 hour fight was the Soul Cannon. I don't even know how long the Soul Cannon itself took once we finally got a successful attempt. Oh, that's True Blood. I think that the PayPal thing should no longer display my actual name, but that's true, I forgot about that. Ah, yeah, thank you, Agers. I remember now, I do. And that's okay. Ferris is OP. Well, Ferris is really strong right now, because she happened to grind out already 83 elixirs and more here. But White Mage is generally just really weak. It doesn't even matter who it would be. Oh, I didn't get an elixir? I thought I did. That's okay. Well, I mean, let's put it this way, Quadlight. It's not technically a secret. So it's okay. Don't worry about it. Because even if you just really tried, whoopsie, if you really tried to look up what my real name is, I'm pretty sure you would somewhere on the internet find the information for that. I don't think that is particularly difficult to find if you really wanted to. So that's okay too. Why do I need 99 elixirs? How much do you know about Final Fantasy V? Hang on. Don't drop the lid. I always close the bottles after drinking from bottles. Because otherwise I'm prone to spilling everything. That's what I would do. I need 99 elixirs because I need to run out a certain boss called Atmos out of magic. Since there is little to no chance for me defeating him before he kills me. So I need to run him out of magic before I can kill him. Your Death Note? Why would you write my name in the Death Note though? That's not nice. You play the Game Boy Advance version mostly. For the most part it is very similar. There are very minor differences between Game Boy Advance and SNES. But yeah, it's mostly about Atmos. And as you may know, as soon as your characters get locked up, Atmos will start spamming media. I need high enough of a health pool to survive the media spam, and then I need enough healing to be able to heal against it. And even though we have a White Mage here, who is supposedly the best healer in the game, or more specifically the only real healer in the game, White Mage does not gain the best healing spell until literally right after Atmos, so I need to rely on getting elixirs for that. Hey Zolith, how are you doing? You know I'm not nice? I disagree with that though. I strongly disagree. And greetings, Nico Ramza. Yes, I did. You can find it both on YouTube and my highlights if you'd like to watch that. I did do that literally the day before yesterday. Last Sunday. Greetings to you, Zoleth. How are you doing? Good morning, Trader. How are you doing, sir? Good morning. I love the grammar. Well, have fun watching with that. I try to announce it on Twitter and also in Discord as much as possible beforehand. Usually I'm kind of bad about that, but in this case, for the Secret of Mana thing, I don't think there was much more I could have announced. Doing well, glad to hear that, Fredo. How's the grind coming along? Well, now that we had another grind where we get more elixirs again, it seems. The grind is coming along quite fine. We have 19 out of 34 elixirs for this specific grind session. I will likely have to come back at the end of World 1 before I move up to the next one to grind up to 99 elixirs again before we go. Because I'm likely going to use some in the process of completing World 1. Experience also is getting closer and closer to more or less the final level that I aim to have on Ferris. And then we can finally start moving on through the game. Next boss is going to be Archeo Avis, a earth, wind type, rock, snake, lizard thing. I don't know what it is. It's a weird creature. Oh neat, I'm 1.08333333 years old today. Cradle, thank you for 13 drops in a row. I really appreciate that. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much, Cradle. I really appreciate it for more than a year of support. Yay, more elixirs. Attack from the back. I'm actually okay with Under the Rusks attacking me from the back because this is the encounter with the highest chance for elixir drops. 2 times 1 in 16 chance. I think that is not 2 in 16, I don't think. Actually, it might end up being 2 in 16. It is technically a 1 in 16 chance plus another 1 in 16 chance, which I don't think that's what 2 in 16 chance. Because 15 out of the 16 times and 15 out of 16 times you gain nothing. Then 1 out of 16 times 1 out of 16 times you gain 2 elixirs, and then I have actually no clue how to calculate that. I do not know. I think you need to figure out what the chance is for it to not drop elixirs. Greetings, Iserman. How are you doing, sir? Secret. My mouse keeps moving into the screen. I'm not sure why you want to be there. So the goal is for today to defeat Archeo Avis. And then we'll move on. Archeo Avis is going to be a bit of an interesting boss fight. Because he starts out having really high physical defense, which, with our puny little weapon, even though it's not particularly strong, at least it penetrates defense a fair bit. Doesn't matter as much, but it's nice that throughout the stages he gains less and less defense, although he gains different abilities over the course of the fight. And in the final phase he has all of those abilities, and it could be a bit tricky to keep up with that. Yay, elixirs. How many do we have? 87. Just 12 more and we're done here. Only 12 more! If we are lucky like we were in the second MP session, that would just be another 15 minutes and we would be done, but... oh well. Indeed, happy birthday, Trado. Was it an elixir? It was not, unfortunately. Every time I hear the screen pop up, I just kind of go, oh, elixir? Question mark. But more often than not, it's not. At least that's the theory. Nice. We are 88 elixirs already. We can keep getting those on the Drusk encounters. At least you get to hear the music a lot. Yeah. If you'd like to hear the music a bit more, including the entire battle scene and some weird talk about psychology a little bit and philosophy and stuff like like that. Yesterday we pretty much spent 4 hours in here and 4 hours in the Lanka ruins. Not quite, something like that. The interesting thing is, the grind here I can easily do just by quite literally closing my eyes, listening when I get the menu sound, and if it's the delayed menu sound I have to hold to the right instead of the left after activating the cure spell, and then walk in circles again. Alrighty, we are soon there. Very soon, in fact. Too bad Krali isn't going to be your white mage. She is going to be white mage for the Fork Tower, actually. And also for the Antline. Not as high level or nearly as strong or consistent as Ferris overall, but I will level up Kryl as a second white mage for just those specific instances. Whoops. I held up instead of left. That doesn't work in this game. At least not as well. You think you're eating that taco? Well, enjoy. That sounds... I'm not sure, I probably would not eat that. I would instead just give you the cup of tea and then we play some chess, I think. That sounds reasonable. Oopsie. Ooh, I love sandwiches. Wow, that's a pretty dark view of that Darlook. That's a pretty dark view. I like the theory of fairies just being more selfish, and that's why she doesn't bother reviving the others, because she wants all the experience for herself and and the others just kind of go, whatever, it's not worth arguing with, what. We are getting to the same point again, aren't we? 9 elixirs more. So that's a plus. You're eating a taco of some kind. I hope it was tasty. Or is, for that matter. Enjoy your food. The others did just attack themselves with knives. That looks like knives, but really it's just... futuristic pillows that put them to sleep. And then they just sleep through the entire action. I think that's how it works. Everyone's pretending to be dead and hope the quest will be over sooner. I think they are more like taking the opportunity to sleep because Fairies decides to carry everything. But who knows? Maybe they're just afraid of working themselves that much. Wow. This is not Final Fantasy X. Maybe they were getting that deep. Just not intentionally so. Because this is a solo character challenge. But who knows? The hellish trials. Those are quite some trials. And one of those imaginary friends is actually going to be pretty potent as well and can take on one side of the Fork Tower all of her own. And also an ant-like fight, so I guess that's kind of successful, even. The story in Final Fantasy X was something. I don't quite understand or necessarily know all the details, but from what I've gathered, I actually kind of like the story about it. It's fascinating in an odd kind of way. You probably just know the stuff. Nice, 8 elixirs left. Hey Happy, how are you doing, sir? You probably just know about the basic ending plot device, or whatever is happening there, which honestly... I was an interesting view of the events, which throughout the game is kind of hinted at, but I would dare to say most players don't necessarily realize it, and so it's a bit of a shock and also quite touching even. I really like the story of 10 overall. Even if you don't necessarily like the protagonists. You're doing fine, glad to hear that. And yes indeed, we are getting the remaining elixirs, so to speak. We started out needing 34 more elixirs, now it's just down to 8. So we have made quite some progress since then. I'm pretty sure everyone was dead all along, and the whole thing took place in Gilgamesh's head, while he was floating around through the void. That was all that was left after X-Death destroyed everything else. Sure, we can go with that. It's just sort of Cyanus Rocks Radar. That's unfortunate. The more I know and got to see of the story, which by the way I've not played myself, only watched a let's play of it, the more I got involved in it. I feel like maybe as a player you might get lost in the side quests and side tracks and just kind of lose sight of what is actually the main portion of the story. The way I experienced the story was a let's player just kind of really focusing on the story portion of it and more or less fast forwarding the grinding segments. Actually quite literally fast forwarding the grinding segments. So it probably might be a bit of a different experience for me than the average player. Final Fantasy X is a bit out there, experimental to be generous. I think that's a fair way to put it. You're prepared to be pretty good at seeing what's going to happen in the story before it happens. In a sense, I can be good at that as well. But I've started to really realize I enjoy stories a lot less if I do that. Especially if I just kind of go, oh whatever, they're not dead anyways. And at some point, even if they die eventually, it's just kind of, oh, I guess they're actually dead, they're not coming back, so they were not just making it as a plot device. Because whenever a character dies, quote unquote, just kind of off screen, I assume nowadays that, oh, that character's probably not really dead, he will survive it by some miracle, one way or another. So it doesn't catch me nearly as much anymore. Unless I specifically see the character, oh, that one's dead. It's a bit difficult for me to get into the story of games nowadays, unfortunately, either way. If you don't like Tidus, you can play Final Fantasy X2. I didn't mind Tidus at all. I can kind of see why some people think he's annoying, but to me, he was just the standard protagonist, which was just really motivated, but also kinda dumb. Which, at that point, I'm kind of accustomed to. Lloyd from Tales of Symphonia is no different, really. But on the other hand, sometimes I do like that kind of cheesiness too. Wow. Maybe she is that look. Yeah, that makes sense, Credo. That makes sense. I learned that you know characters from Final Fantasy instead if their corpse flickers and vanishes on screen. Yes, and then the text box appears. This character's died. I guess that's kind of true. Final Fantasy IV is the game of everyone is dead except not really. I don't know of the story of 4 yet really, to be honest. And I do intend to play through it eventually, whatever that means. And that's true, actually. Science Family didn't flicker away. But in Final Fantasy VI, apparently death works a bit differently as well. Since the people are not just disappearing, they go onto the train into the afterlife. Which, now that I think about it, it's actually almost surprising that there's not at least a conductor or some creature like that that is called Charon. Ooh, an elixir, 92. I really like how Final Fantasy VI just kind of emphasized on the fact, look, all those people are actually dead, and they are dead for good. It's kind of, whoa. Little me was a little bit shocked about that, but the thing that shocked me the most when I was playing Final Fantasy VI for the first time was not being able to save Sid and the scene afterwards. Final Fantasy V story is an excuse to go on a quest and defeat things with cool jobs. It actually has a pretty interesting twist that most or a lot of games didn't have at the time, where, spoilers, one of the characters just straight up dies and gets replaced, which is a pretty big twist on most of the story things. But yeah, I guess other than that, it's kind of your more straightforward type of story. It's not terribly deep, kind of straightforward, with interesting edges and corners and curves. But nonetheless, I quite enjoy it. A lot of people die in Final Fantasy VI. They can't all flicker and vanish. PT? What is the PT? The Sid scene was so sad, yeah. I was so happy to learn that you can actually save Sid. Even though, realistically, I genuinely feel like it was more of a good impact in the end for me as a person that I didn't know that initially. And yes, that sounds about right, Arlok. Final Fantasy VI is also very interesting in terms of how it tells its story. Because, unlike most other games, or RPGs for that matter, the villain has almost as much screen time as many other characters. Essentially, instead of the plot revolving around the main characters and their quests, it revolves around the villain and his doings. It's really fascinating how it is set up. The early game in 4 was brutal with all the character switching. Just get a good system going and then suddenly a crucial part of the system is gone. Oh wow, yeah, that sounds about like it. Tried getting all Kalos' skills and experience was the most obvious sign of the game about building your party, not the story. Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, to be fair, you would not want to have invested a lot of time into building up Gallows' shops and then just kind of, oh my god, I have to do that all over again if Kryl didn't inherit everything. So, it is good game design in my opinion, either way, regardless of how it was intended to be. PT is fandom shit. Oh, I see. Oh, take care, Rizu. Thank you for dropping by. And I wish you a nice day. Good luck with whatever. And everything. Yay, elixir. Final Fantasy has a thing of don't get too attached to your mode of transportation, it'll be wrecked soon. I'm okay with that. Because in most RPGs, if you think about it, once you gain the ability to fly around, you just keep it the entire game. And you can literally just go everywhere, kind of, and there are only weird barriers that prevent you from going there. Whereas in Final Fantasies, for the most part, from what I understand, you still get to walk on foot quite a bit. Thinking about it, Kefka is one of the most fleshed out and believable, if not grounded, villains in a Final Fantasy game. I mean, compare Kefka with Kusho or something. I don't know who Kusho is, but he is very believable in a sense. Essentially, Kefka the clown. He did not plan everything that was happening. He eventually just happened to gain more and more power, and also was just pulling his own strings, doing his own things, not really listening even to his commander, the Emperor, and just by, well, just at the spur of the moment, taking over everything, taking his chance and becoming crazy powerful and ridiculous. Kusho is Final Fantasy IX villain, I see. Still need to play that game. Elixir! Elixir! Thank you, Carla. Most greatness comes from Kefka. And yes, that's kind of why I say, or more specifically, I've read an entire article about how Final Fantasy VI is built around the villain, not your main characters. Yet, the main characters still kind of feel complete, with backstory and all that stuff, with minor exceptions. Like, the exceptions are Umaro and Gogo. Gogo is just supposed to be that kind of mysterious person, kind of translating from previous Final Fantasy V, the mimic type person that's just kind of a mystery in the first place, and that's okay. And Umaro, he's just there because Mog knows a guy, and the Yeti is supposed to be mysterious too, so even those two kind of make sense. Umaro has its own place in the world, and it can just kind of assume where he comes from, and Mog recruits him into the party. Or at least, well, that's the basic idea. And Mog himself, even though he does not have a whole lot of backstory, he was there from the beginning, just kind of showing up here and there a little bit, helping you out, and eventually becoming a fully accessible character as well if you go and get him. Even with his own unique items. And it feels like he's a complete character as well for the most part, even though there's not much said about him. Kind of like most characters in Final Fantasy VI, regardless of how little development they get, they still get enough development that you feel like they are completely unique and their own character and personality, with their own motivation to join the band and start to, well, stand against the Empire and subsequently later than Kefka. How many more? 5. Honestly, one of your favorites? I see. Kefka is sometimes compared to Batman's Joker. I don't know anything about Batman's Joker, really. The entire Marvel and DC comic stuff was never particularly large over here, so I never got into it. Even though I think it is kind of fascinating to just see the little bits and pieces that we've gotten over here anyways. Final Fantasy IX is your favorite Final Fantasy game. The main characters are genuine, they have pretty full and complete story arcs, and most of the antagonists are interesting. That sounds really nice. More grinders for 5 elixirs. Nice. Oh, 5 more grinders. Let's go. Pretty accurate, but Kefka still feels like a unique and separate character. Indeed. I really like how Kefka is set up just overall. I like the idea of the plot of a game revolving around an event, as in a bad event or a villain for that matter. And it's just so nicely orchestrated in Final Fantasy VI, you don't even necessarily realize how much screen time Kefka gets. You just see him here, he messes up Cyan's home and family, etc. You see him over there chasing after Terra. You see him... Where else does he appear? In many other places. You see him in the flashbacks for Celos. And also in Terra's flashbacks, just kind of being around there too. Being one of the influential factors. You see him at the gates to the Esper world or whatever it is. Trying to take control as well. You see him everywhere. He is just such an omnipresent character. And you really start to just learn to hate him as a presence in a sense. I feel like one of the games that tried to replicate this to an extent was Borderlands 2. Although with its less serious tone, I'm not sure how well that worked out. I've never played that game, by the way. Because apparently the villain in Borderlands 2 is also kind of an omnipresence. Battle at Nash, exactly. I mean, the nice thing is about Kefka, you clearly see that he is defeatable. He is not that strong initially. It just kind of gains insane power throughout the entire game, really. And suddenly starts taking control of the goddess statues, or I don't actually even know exactly what he did there to become this powerful in the first place. Kefka and the Joker are both chaotic evil. Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. We need 5 more elixirs, it's too early. We are almost there. Both a bit insane, indead. They just walk their path regardless of anything else. They don't try to negotiate a whole lot, they just try to get their way one way or another. In Borderlands 2, everyone has a sneaky, humorous personality. In Final Fantasy VI, the tone is more serious, making Kefka's antics seem detached, like he's more dangerous or detached from reality. I like that. What I also like is the contrast between how the people of the Emperor, his soldiers and also the General Leo, for example, most of those people are not actually bad guys, in a sense. The soldiers are just kind of there because they got recruited into the army, or that's their way to earn their money, or anything like that. You don't exactly know the individual motivations for the most part. Whoopsie. But you can clearly see that even in the evil empire there are people that are worthwhile. And also get killed off by Kefka, like General Leo. And Kefka doesn't obey the orders of others that say, look, biowarfare to poison the entire castle is not what we are here for, and he just ignores that too. Just gets his own way, because that's the most efficient way to handle things. Start coming around when things start going down. Indeed. So for example, the banquet scene, if you think about it. You go and talk with the soldiers, you can clearly see how split they are. And that is just, in general, how your upbringing is. If you have a deep-rooted negative feeling towards something, or a group, or anything like that, that's just what you were taught for the most part. You don't necessarily question it, unless you start to realize things on your own. Which obviously a lot of the soldiers didn't necessarily realize, and you kind of need to convince them, quote-unquote, with a bit more serious manners. Or weapons, for that matter. Which is not really convincing, or really any better than how they probably got knocked into the army, or some of the soldiers at least likely got recruited. Also, the more I think about it, the story of Final Fantasy VI, how it is built up. We have the Emperor, who has underlings with General Leo, Celes, and the Kefka. And then we have the rebels. That is very, very similar to Secret of Mana, where we have rebels as well. On both sides they get invited to a banquet and backstabbed eventually. Because that's just how they handle things. On both sides, one of the underlings of the Emperor is actually the big bad evil in the end. In Secret of Mana it is Thanatos, aka the Dark Lich, and in Final Fantasy VI it ends up being Kefka. I don't think there's an example of a character who is necessarily nice out of the underlings from Secret of Mana's Emperor. Or comes around to being nice for that matter though. And greetings to you, Metal Bear, how are you doing? Come on, we had 5 primers, give me some elixirs please. Just 5 more. You're fine, glad to hear that. So how long does a solo white mage challenge usually take? I don't think you can necessarily talk about usually in the case of a solo white mage challenge. It takes a really long time. As in, this is not something I've done in a single session. We are on this challenge since about 42 hours over the course of, well, this is the 10th session where I do something between 2 and 7 hours of continuation of this. To give you a frame of reference, the longest boss fight so far was against an enemy, or a boss that we needed to run out of magic in order to defeat him, and then we needed to slowly plink away on his health after he debuffed us to level 1. Just ever so slowly. And that entire process took 4.5 hours. A more regular boss took like half an hour to 1.5 hours to defeat, because White Mage has no offensive capabilities really, until we get Holy. No level 99 yet, no, we are grinding for 99 elixirs and level 64. Level 64 will come in a different area, because this is not particularly good for experience, but this is the most efficient area to gain elixirs in. So how long it took for the previous players complete their White Mage challenge, I do not know. I have no clue. On that note, I could do actually something else on the side here. So right now we don't get particularly lucky with the elixir drops, unfortunately. There was a short burst of gaining a ton of elixirs in a really crazy short time span, but right now we are at the other end of the variance. It all equals out in the end, I guess. Let me try to rearrange my desk real quick. Okay, almost done with that. Attack from the back! Oh no! Didn't even give an elixir for that trouble. This is a day's long run. Well, if you want to do it single segment, go ahead. Well, that would be kind of ridiculous, to be honest. I've done other runs, but this one would be a fair bit longer than what I've done so far. Nice, finally another elixir. That's nice. You wonder if this could show up at HDQ? Not on stream, but you can maybe do this in the practice room during the event. You would just need to have a lot of, well, ability or capability to do this if you wanted to do that. That would be quite a feat, to say the least. Did I make this kind of challenge by myself? No. There is actually a blog by someone called Sola with 3 L's, sola.com. Let me link that to you real quick after this thing here. who made an entire write-up about solo challenges of most, if not all, of the character classes. And one of those solo class challenges was also written by T-Hawk, a different, well, solo class challenge runner. So I'm not the first one to do this. And maybe I'm not going to be the last one, but I do not know about this. But there has been no video or entire run journey so far of this kind of thing. They basically just wrote blog posts, which are very good reads, by the way. But they also take quite a long time to just do any of those solo class challenges. Most are not quite as ridiculous as the Wait Mage. Actually, only the Berserker is probably more ridiculous than this. But that's an entirely different story. Solo Cecil run? As solo as you can get, I guess, in Final Fantasy IV. I've tried to start reading up on that, but since I don't know much about Final Fantasy IV in the first place, it was getting pretty boring really quick for me. That being said, maybe you would find it to be more interesting. Okay, just 2 more elixirs. Nice. How much? 94, so 10 more fights, and then I need to go and refill MP. And then we're practically out of here already, quote unquote already. It is interesting to watch this, but you play Final Fantasy IV and 6 the normal way. Indeed. 4 and 6 are generally also more well known because those were released in English for the Super Nintendo. This one here was only released in Game Boy Advance, so it is not quite as widely recognized. But it's a really good game for doing challenge and variant type runs, which makes it actually quite fascinating for that. You found a good ROM hack from Final Fantasy VI and it takes a long time to challenge that on normal. I see. Are you by chance talking about the ROM hack that basically limits the use of your cactus and espers and stuff? I'm not entirely sure what it's called anymore, but it sounded quite interesting. You know, you played Final Fantasy IV and 6 when you were 9 years old. Yes, a lot of people remember that, at least if they were from the USA. You couldn't play those games over here in Europe until we knew about emulators and fan translations were invented. And even then, I only knew about Final Fantasy VI with a really bad German translation. But since I didn't know any English, I was more than happy to just play with that version and got almost all the way through the game. So, even though it was not a good translation at all, clearly by someone who is not normally whose native language is not German, really. It was still a really, really solid one, just to play it and enjoy the game. This game was also on PlayStation 1, but we don't recommend that version. Oh yeah, that's a thing. One more elixir and we're done, guys. PlayStation 1 version is... let's put it this way. Imagine a team of translators that have no idea about video games or mythical creatures or anything like that, and you just give them a bunch of sheets of paper with Japanese characters written on it, and they are supposed to then translate it. That's kind of what happened with the PlayStation version. I don't actually know whether that's exactly what happened or what the translation process was, but it very much reads and seems like it was that kind of way. You got an adapter that allows you to play the US version in Germany. Nice, that's awesome. I wish I had this kind of thing. But on the other hand, I didn't know any English anyway, so it would not have mattered. You only needed the game that looks like NES and SNES game. I see, yeah, that's pretty neat actually. Final Fantasy VI Brave New World is the one I've talked about a bunch. Right, that's the one. That sounded quite intriguing. Wyverns. Yep, instead of wyverns, it is wyverns. Which... Nice, we got the final elixir. We're out of here. Which, considering that the translator didn't know any better and had a very, very strict character limit, I think they did a pretty clever job in a lot of cases. It just was not clever enough for it to be a good translation. Alrighty, we have the elixirs that we are looking for. I think I have all the Phoenix Stones still. Yes. Well, one missing, that's okay. We don't need that many. And we can finally move on back to the Lonka ruins and complete the grind for experience. Ferris only needs 36,000 more experience, which is actually not much. That is probably just 14 Hydras. Then we're done with that too. That's really awesome. Good morning, Bee Dragon. How are you doing? It's pretty obvious the PS1 translators had no idea what they were translating. Yeah, that sounds about right, Jonathan McLaren. Can you post a pic of the adapter? Sure, go ahead, Metal Bear. Go ahead. Can play it, but it's slower. Yeah, but you can play it, which is awesome. I did not know those adapters existed. I actually didn't even know most of those games existed in the first place. I only learned about that way, way later, when I got more accustomed to the entire internet thing and started looking up RPGs, until I even got the concept of what an RPG even is. As in, for a long time I just knew I like Secret of Mana, I like Lufia too. I like Terranigma. I wonder whether there are other games like that. And there were quite a few that we never saw in Europe. And a lot of those that we did get were on PlayStation, and I didn't get anyways, because I didn't have a PlayStation. So that was unfortunate. You're getting some chop levels in the Steam version of this game. Nice. Welcome then, Finland LP. Good luck on your chop grinding. Better ask? Yeah, I think in general it's a good policy to ask. Universal adapter. Interesting. I've actually never seen one of those. Or used for that matter. Secret of Mana was your first ever RPG. A friend would invite you over to his house and hook up the multi-tap. He played the sprite, I played the girl, and the boy just got himself killed. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. Actually, when I played Secret of Mana, I set the AI control characters to be as aggressive as possible, and my strategy generally was just to whack the enemies until they are dead. I'm pretty sure it took me quite a long time until I grasped the concept of waiting for the stamina bar to fill up before I start hitting the enemies again. But then I was just kind of, well, if I just keep whacking enemies, they don't do anything to me, and I gradually learned which enemies I can hit while they are on the floor and for which ones I have to wait. Magic is so good in Secret of Mana. Yes, it is insanely powerful. Which I prefer the insanely powerful magic over the mostly useless outside of buff and debuff magic in Seiken Densetsu 3. We have too many ways / consoles to play SVS games. I don't think there can be too many ways for that. Also, by the way, this is the Hydra enemy, or Ghidra in the Game Boy Advance version. They are undead, but lack the heavy flag, so they die to a single Phoenix Stone. You cannot cast spells on them because they have a permanent wall status and reflect all spells. So Phoenix Stone just usually does the trick anyways. And this is the literal most efficient grinding spot until pretty much the end game. It is so much better than anything else that I decided to go all the way to the final level that I need to get through pretty much the rest of the game with Faris here. You gain 3108 experience per enemy kill, which means we just need about 9 more. We level up Faris to level 64. If you are interested in a ROM hack from Final Fantasy, you can search for Return of the Dark Sorcerer New Heroes and another story. That's the first time I hear of that, that's interesting. In on 2, in fact, Secret of Mana, you refuse to use magic and your childhood buddy would call you Weapon Man because of it. Interesting. For me, once I got better at the game and just a bit older and wanted to play Secret of Mana anyway still, me and my buddies just decided to not use offensive magic because it was way too strong and we wanted to see whether we could challenge ourselves to get through the game without offensive magic. And so we did. It was actually pretty fun. I would pick the spear, my older sister would pick the whip. And I have no idea what the other people would pick anymore. That was just kind of the most significant choices that I remember. I think overall we didn't just only stick to our weapons though. We picked other weapons based on situation. Like, if we fought the Dread Slime, we always used weapons, and sometimes we couldn't reach the middle of the Dread Slime anymore because they were too far away, so we started using ranged weapons. You need space on your shelf and ports on your TV. I guess that's fair, Blood. That is fair. You may be able to set up a matrix type thing that they have at HDQ for plugging in various consoles and just putting it all out onto the TVs. That could be a thing. Once I discovered the sun logger magic, I rarely use the boy, except for fully charged hit here and there. Yeah, I see that too. It's just for us. For a long time I didn't really get the concept of leveling magic. So I just always used magic straight up, and we rarely used magic on enemies before the bosses, only on bosses, so it was often not enough to just use magic only. Ow. But we did use fully charged up weapons a lot in Secret of Mana. I remember doing that a lot. My favorite was just straight up the spear because it had the most amazing and fancy animation. I wanted to learn how to handle a bow staff as a kid, just because of that. Because that was just looking so awesome in Secret of Mana. The Super Boy. Well, you can plug it into a TV, I believe. And greetings, Crow. How are you doing, sir? And greetings to many Jeffs. Yes, indeed, we were in the same hallway last stream as well, just running back and forth, waiting until the Hydra enemies show up, beat them a Phoenix down, collect experience and do the same thing for hours on end. But we are almost done with leveling, so the big grind comes to an end. But almost done kind of means it's only going to take about 2 more hours, guys. Something like that. In comparison to how it started, it's almost done. I'm pushing the level to 64. As in Ferris is almost done with leveling. Almost. She's level 63 right now. There's just a tiny little bit to go. Like, how much is it? 4 more Hydra enemies and Ferris completed leveling. Then I just push Gallop to like level 35 or so. Actually, let me figure out a good damage modifier for both physical and magical power for Gallop to see which level I should aim for. And T-Hawk aimed to get the second White Mage to level 40, but I think that's a little bit overkill. We don't need quite 40. And worst case scenario, we can just level up the secondary White Mage later in the game as well. It's just really important that Fairies gains the final level right now. I could actually fight the green Hydra instead of the blue one. For one battle, that is. Oh, he heard it. Now he finally comes back. So you are 1 out of 4. Oh, come on. One out of 4. Just 3 more. Okay. Confusing you. Okay, let me start calculating real quick. Final Fantasy 5 algorithm guides for Galuf. Alright, let's see. White Mage gets... Oh, don't do that. Don't hit yourself. At least not physically. Here, White Mage has 17 strength and 49 magic power. 17 strength and 49 magic power. Plus Galuf gains... Oh, stop hitting yourself, please. That's silly. No, Kara gains 1 strength and 3 magic power. 1 strength and 3 magic power, that means... 18 strength. And 43 magic power. Wait, 43? Wasn't it 52? 49 total. I just looked it up, didn't I? Where is it? White Mage gains, yeah, 49 magic power. Derp. 52 magic power. So that means... So let's see. 35, 36, 37. 37 would be a decent place for Kara to be for magic power. What about strength? What did I use to confuse the Hydra? I used Charm. White Mage naturally has Charm and Psi Spell, which is Confusion and Mini, whatever, it depends on the translation you're using. Okay. And here we have 18 strength, 36. Oh shoot. 36. So 37 is actually a good level to gain. And Ferris is finally level 64. I'm just going to fight one more Hydra enemy, so it's going to be easier for me to kill off Ferris and only keep Galuf alive. And then we go to save. There we go. Because now Ferris' level is actually divisible by 4, so that means she gets hit by level 4 quarter. That makes it so much easier to kill off Ferris afterwards, because now poor little Ferris will get transformed into the corpse instead of Galuf. So this will probably take a while until I get one Hydra kill in order for us to survive anything as Galuf. Okie dokie. Save first of all. Then we revive Galuf. We remove everything from Ferris. We make Galuf into our white mage. Give him the healing stuff. And that's fine. What about equipment wages? That's okay. Elf cape. That's good. You go in the front row, you're going the back row. You equip the flail so you can kill yourself quicker. And this is how this is going to go. I kill off Ferris, and then I will attempt to kill a Hydra with Galuf. He is not able to survive any attack whatsoever at level 1 against a Hydra, so I just need to straight up get lucky to be able to do that. So please Hydra enemy, please attack Ferris, and Galuf finishes it off. That would be the optimal case scenario. Wow. Go Galuf, don't miss! No, he missed! No, that was such a good setup. That was such a good setup, it almost worked. So close, Galuf. So close. So yeah, we probably will level Galuf up to level 37. That is a good threshold for levels. Which, as I said, might take a while. Time for a new game? Nah, we're safe. This is not single segment either way, so it's okay. You white... I did white out. Actually, it's more like I died, I blacked out. And we had to reload the save. White out would mean, probably means more like you get transported back to your last save point. And you lose half your money. I ripped more than once in the 42.5 hours. Come on, Hydra, attack Ferris, please. I mean, as long as those attack Ferris, I'm okay with that too. I can whittle down Ferris far enough that she can basically kill off herself. Or knock herself unconscious, as it is called in the game. Oh, attack from the back. That's bad. Because the Hydra gets 2 turns. Unless it uses Thunder, or we magically avoid the attack. Ferris, unfortunately, will well... Galuf will not survive a single attack. Galuf would actually, interestingly enough, survive the Thunder attack. Don't hit Galuf! I can't believe an enemy actually does little enough damage for Galuf's max HP to matter. That is so weird. He can heal himself exactly once. A counterpoint to the combat theme? I don't even know what that is. Rush. No. No. Oh wow. That actually straight up annihilates Ferris. Because Thunder does 25% of your max HP in damage. Which is also why Galuf would survive it. Since his max HP is 37 HP or so. Yeah. So the best thing that can happen is Hydra encounter, and Hydra opens up with a thunder, killing fairies. Not again! I did not know he targets everybody. Oh, I see. I did not know that. Oh, that might actually kill fairies. Yeah, alright. That was a bit too far in there. I still would have also, oopsie, killed off the poor Gallop as well. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Attack from the back. Again. Fire too. Ouchie. Ow. And greetings to you, Electrofunk. How are you doing? No, Galuf! Going to kill fairies again. Oh my god. So yeah, this could take a while until I manage to kill off an Hydra. You just need to get really lucky. Galuf has a 1 in 3 chance to avoid a physical attack with the Elf Cape. He will survive a Thunder, so that's another move he can survive. From the Hydra enemy, that is. And in the meantime, I kind of have to kill off fairies. You doing okay? Glad to hear that. I'm doing quite fine. No problems here. I probably should try to kill off fairies. Actually, I'm not going to do that next time I die. I should probably kill off fairies before I do this kind of thing. This is where Galuf dodged. The thing is, I don't want to do anything productive in combat with the second White Mage, because otherwise it would not be a solo challenge. Unfortunately, Galuf does not survive anything at all. Also, Fairies can miss herself, because the flail has an inherent chance to miss of about 30%. It is kind of headbanging on the right side, you're right. But it looks a bit different if you get too close, and so it looks a bit... It looks like it is headbanging indeed. Slightly off sync though. It doesn't have a particularly good sense of rhythm. That's awesome. No, wrong character. It's technically possible that Galuf would not take any damage, I think. But I guess not now. Alrighty, let's kill off fairies straight up and then we save again. Because I feel like just hoping that we get the Hydra encounter straight up is probably easier. And then we can just use Phoenix down with Galuf without having to worry about killing off fairies afterwards, or beforehand for that matter. Ryu ripped, but it was hilarious. Was it? Ah. Why you rip Ryu? That's unfortunate. He seems to get a lot of viewers with the Amazon. I wonder how much of that is due to the Amazon being an Amazon which is fresh and new, and how much it is because Ryu is much more motivated himself to run and play the Amazon. And that kind of translates to a good stream. So I'm going up and save real quick again. Because it's easy to straight up completely die right now. Yaga died. I die a lot. Indeed. Because I tried to level up Galuf now. Which he needs a lot of luck to get his initial first kill. After that he should be fine-ish. Greetings to you, Lord Reckoner. How are you doing? Oh, whoops, I did not mean to run that quick. The community thing also brings many viewers. It might. From different places and... well, communities too. Wow, that's a lot of people indeed. I don't want to stay in combat because Galuf takes one hit and he's straight up dead. Why are we leveling Galuf now? Because there are 3 bosses for which we need a second solo white mage character because either Ferris is not present in the party or we need to split up the party, and so we do need a secondary white mage for that job. Okay, we managed to get Galuf to be solo. And greetings to you, Chuckles. How are you doing? Good evening. So there's the first fight in the second world against Gilgamesh, which is admittedly really easy, even a level 1 character can do that. But there's also the antlion fight at the beginning of the third world, and also the fork tower, twin tower, something like that, which we cannot do. That's unfortunate. Oh wow, he survived. The fork tower we cannot complete. Unless we split the party into 2 capable of claiming it. You're good, bought a pro headset. Nice, I hope that's going to be good. And I'm quite fine, thank you. Please don't kill Galuf. 15 damage, we can survive it. Nice. Please hit. Yes! Alrighty, how many levels does Galuf get? He's level 1 right now. And gains 3,108 experience. 4 ability points. Galuf gained a level. Galuf gained a level. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 levels. And he has a lot more HP now. I feed an ether to him so he can heal himself. Okay, I'm running back real quick to save that progress, because killing a single Hydra was quite the ordeal so far, Let's not lose that by getting attacked by a Hydra. Ugh. You're allowed to do the Twin Towers? I mean, on a baseline, there is no standardized or set rule set. I'm just doing the same kind of rule set that Sola on Sola.com and also T-Hawk just happened to work with. And therefore I'm going to do the Twin Towers, yes. Oh, wow. Galuf, 11 romps in a row. Indeed. How does one white mage carry around 3 bodies around like him all by himself? Oh, that's simple. He doesn't carry them, they walk by themselves. He just reanimates them for walking purposes and lets them fall on the ground once they hit combat. Kinda straightforward, right? And they get another few levels. Maybe I should have considered how to level up or how to recover MP or Galuf or HP for that matter. You can't imagine killing the last boss without Twin Towers. I have no idea how you would want to do that either. That sounds a little bit absurd. Since you have approximately a 30% chance to avoid getting killed by White Hole whenever the 3 X-Def casts White Hole. So good luck trying to survive that, I guess. Nice. Alrighty, one is down. He has Link's magic pocket. Who knows? The hammer space is being used by quite a lot of universes, whether officially or unofficially. A random Mithril shield. That's nice too. I do have potions. Might as well use potions to heal up. So we are level 16 already. Level 35, actually 37 as I figured out, should be reasonably easy to get to. It's hammer space time. Please don't kill him, thank you. Uh-oh. Okay. Nice. Good job, Galuf. His level is divisible by 4 again. But that's okay. Alrighty, going to save the progress. Just going back and quite literally save. Ferris grew a beard, something like that. Greetings, Profness. We have completed our grind for 99 elixirs and also leveling up Ferris to a sufficiently high enough level. So now we are leveling up our second White Mage for purposes of 3 battles specifically. Also, I need to go to the bathroom real quick, so be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's see. Where were we? Right, did I save? Maybe. Might as well save again in case I didn't. Greetings to you, Prof. Ness. How are you doing, sir? No bathroom breaks ever. That sounds like no fun. We could set up a Twitch Plays solo white mage while a break so we can help you level. Wow. Twitch could actually play Final Fantasy V. That is an interesting idea, in fact. Yeah, Cathedral you don't want to use if you don't absolutely have to. Those things are unpleasant. I've never had to use one, but easy to see that they are unpleasant. Wow, Gallup actually survived the full power attack of the Hydra. Pretty good. Proftness. Indeed, right, his name also quite fitting. He knows a lot about the NES. Just throw him a question and he'll give you technical details. Probably. If he's around, that is. To give you an indicator, real quick. Nice preemptive attack. To give you an indicator, we run to reach level 37, which is a grand total of 188,503 experience points. So let's see real quick. That's a total of... Let me check whether we have the settings correct so I don't accidentally... Okay. 188,503 experience point divided by 3,108 per Hydra. So we need 61 Hydra kills total. Compared to the 2,100 Hydra kills we needed for Ferris. This is just a fraction of it and should go over reasonably much quicker than the Ferris grind. So that's a plus. Okay, let me remove stuff back. So, then I have a bit more of a... I have a bit more space on my desk, that's nice. You don't play Final Fantasy V, Final Fantasy V plays you. Not sure about that one. Uh-oh. Okay. Purple Gallo managed to defeat the Hydra too, that's nice. Enjoy your food, Profness. We have no more ethers, unfortunately. And I really don't want to use tents. Because then I have to kill off Ferris again, which I guess by now is not as much of an issue. But it would still take a fair bit longer than I would like it to be. $67 Hydras, 61 Hydras, that'll look... ...2013? I believe it was either 13 or 12, one or the other. Enjoy your meal. Okay. That might kill him. Ooh! Don't mess this up, Gallo. No! Ow. Galuf is so frail. I should probably go back to save point every other Hydra. Ferris was not safe until she had over 1000 HP. Whenever she encountered a Hydra. So Galuf won't be safe for a while. You don't think the chat message bots you have for this lane would handle a parade very well? It would get filled up really quickly. Parade. You should save a lot more often. Yeah, that's about right. Also, this encounter is actually less dangerous. As long as I don't run out of magic. Which is actually an issue. I'm contemplating using elixir instead of anything else. Nice. Galuf gained a level. Hyodor is the worst battle companion ever. Only if you charm him. Probably. Ouch. Maybe I want to just straight up heal up as long as I'm under max HP or so. Although the Hydra goes faster than Galuf. So he will eventually get 2 turns where Galuf only gets 1. Which is a bit of an issue. I'm just going to try and get to a certain level. I don't need necessarily any abilities for Galuf. Which I don't even know when the last ability will unlock, but I don't care about abilities. I just want to have Galuf at level 37. That's the goal. Effective attack, nice. Whoa. Steve Parker subscribed for 12 months in a row. That's a really long time, sir. An entire year. Thank you very much, Steve Parker. Can't believe how fast time goes on. I see. Thank you so much, Steve Parker. Really appreciate that. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much, sir. That's 12 romps in a row. The only ability you can get is MP 10% up. Yes, that would be the only useful thing. And not even that is kind of negligible. So I'm really just looking to get level 37, so he has a reasonable amount of maximum HP to survive basic encounters on his own. Arrow 2. That's a lot of damage. So we are at approximately 21,000 experience points. That means we killed about 7 Hydras, or, well, yeah, Hydras, out of 61. Happy birthday. Indeed, happy birthday. Thank you for an entire month on Twitch. That's almost a year. That doesn't make any sense. Uh-oh. Nice, good dodging, Galuf. And another level. Once I hit 24, I will go back and save. That is going to be in about 2 more Hydras. Actually, it's more like 3. Attack from the back! Oh no! And greetings to you, White Knight. And thank you. Yes, indeed. We are continuing. Ferris has completely leveled up. We have acquired 99 elixirs. So, it's just now to level up our second White Mage, and we can finally start progressing through the rest of the game. Slowly, but surely. Please don't miss, Galuf. Way safer to run away instead. How much max HP does Ferris have? Almost 4,000. So that should be enough. Worst case scenario, I can grind out 1 more level in an area before Atmos. It's not going to be as fast as here, but it's cool. It would be fine. So is there a part of the game where you lose Ferris? And yes, there is. Ferris will be gone from your party during the initial portion of World 2, where everyone except for Galuf is absent from the party because he needs to free them from prison. It's a very short encounter, and even level 1 characters can complete that, no problem. Well, maybe not level 1 White Mages, so leveling up for that helps a bit. Then, at the beginning of World 3, you have only Butts and Kara in your party, which Kara is the equivalent of Galuf because she replaces Galuf eventually. And you fight the Antlion in there, and then eventually the Twin Tower. You can only bring 1 character up one side of the tower, and the other side also needs a character, so I need 2 characters at least to complete the Twin Tower. So I chose Galuf as a second solo White Mage to do that. Yes, that fight for only Galuf is kind of secondary. As in most solo character challenge variants, ignore that fight and just use whatever it takes to get past that. It's not a particularly important or difficult fight either way, so doing it like that is fine. But either way, I aim to fight every single battle with just a single solo white mage. I need to level up the second one in order to do so though. It has a little bit of irony to it, but that's kind of how it is. 29,000, we need 2 more Hydras to level up to 24. Okay. I buffer running away with Galuf, so if he starts gaining, well, run time on the invisible ATB bar, we run away. Just in case I need to run away after the Hydra hits me a second time. Tick champ. That's some fancy champion, I guess. Nice. Always happy when Galuf just straight up avoids the attack. Galuf gained a level. He's now level 24, which means I go back to safe for now. Just 11 more levels and we are done here. Done with generally leveling forever. And then it's just a steady progress through the game, very slowly because of how boss fights work as a solo white mage. Until we get holy. And then we'll complete the game probably rather quick after that. Unless we do all the side areas, which we might. Oh. I'm going to use a tent. Or 2. Even though I have to kill off all the cactus including fairies again. I want to replenish Galuf's MP. A tent replenishes 100 MP and 1000 HP. The fairies now should have exactly 2000 HP. Also it revives the characters. Come on. The other 2 characters can easily just kill themselves, no problem. But Fairies will take a while, unfortunately. Especially if Fairies misses herself, that does not help us. Gallus keeps attacking himself too, but it's slightly different. Because he doesn't hurt himself with his weapon, since it's a healing staff. Of course it doesn't hurt when you get hit by a healing staff, right? That only makes sense. Oh, come on. Also, apparently Galuf is exactly as fast as the Mage, or slow for that matter, which is interesting. Wrong one! Come on, you should have hit the other one instead. If I got it finally gone. Yeah, the Mage always goes exactly before Galuf goes, which is interesting. Pick champ made you think of Tomba. Never played Pombo myself, but it does look kind of fancy to say the least. Axel World? I don't know that one. BLT sandwich? BLT sandwiches are quite neat. I approve of those. Oh, come on, Galuf, stop missing, please. Thunder is not as devastating as it is for Fairies. If Thunder hit Galuf for the same amount of HP as it hit Fairies, Galuf would die in one hit, even from max HP. Good dodge. The Hydra will go twice. Okay. Unfortunately, it also knows level 4 quarter as a death attack, and until we are level 25 it will keep hitting, then it will keep hitting again on the next level, etc. And that's just how this goes. Hey Relkun, how are you doing, sir? Good afternoon. How's it going? Attack from behind, that's really bad. Because instead of the physical damage being halved... Oh shoot. Instead of physical damage being halved, it now hits for full damage. That's very unhealthy. What are you doing? You just let them hit you? And yes, items can miss. Basically, Phoenix Down is the same as a life spell, with the only difference that it does not get bounced back by a wall spell. And thus, even enemies with wall that usually reflect spells can be killed through Phoenix Downs if they are susceptible to that. kind of like Poison Breath because usually it's not that much damage. Usually. Galuf gained a level 25. Okay, we are back out of the visible by 5 area. 4. And we are also running out of potions, which is less than ideal. But that's kind of expected. The higher Galuf goes, the more max MP he will have, the less often I will have to use tents and the kill off fairies again. Chat's so quiet. Hey, the Windwaker, how are you doing, sir? That is usually kind of quiet around here, though. Although sometimes interesting conversations arise. Kind of like yesterday. Level 5 death hype. Yeah, let's not do that. No. Get confused again, Hydra. Also, well, it's a Hyudora. Also, apparently Hyudora. Oh, that's a lot of damage. I was not comfortable staying there. You didn't make the connection between down and feather until I had completed like 2 Final Fantasy games. I mean... I'm not sure I get it, Cradle. What is the connection between down and feather? And greetings, Mad Insane. How are you doing? Attack from the back. Oh no. That's a lot of damage. Down is baby bird feather. Hang on. Oh, I never knew that. I just thought that was kind of a weird version of revive, as in rise from the ashes phoenix. When a phoenix is down, he gets revived. Wow. I never got that either. That is kind of interesting. I didn't know down was a word outside of, well, being basically down under and stuff. The world is being blown apart. You just realized last night that Final Fantasy VI Realm is Shadow's daughter. Yes, she is. Most likely, anyways. The down of birds. A down of birds is a layer of fine feathers found under the tougher exterior feathers. Very young birds are clad only in down. Who's down? Interesting. I did not know that those things were called down. I mean, it's a similar word in German, which I never even thought much about either. As in what exactly it is about. Because it's not a particularly common word. Lay a phoenix feather on the person and imbue them with the ability to rise like a phoenix from the ashes of their grave. Yeah, that makes sense actually. That makes a lot of sense. Could you please stop attacking me so often? And give me a Hydra encounter, that would be lovely. Preemptive attack, you run away. I'm looking for experience, Craigneck. Experience is what we're looking for. We need to level up Galuf to level 37. And then we can finally move on from this place. Basically, this is the big grind. We grinded up Ferris all the way to level 64. We grinded out 99 elixirs. And now we are grinding up our second solo White Mage. All of this leveling and grinding is done with a single solo character. I never use two characters at the same time. Outside of trying to kill one or the other character. So the main portion of the grind is now complete. It's just about pulling up a second White Mage to a reasonable level. And then we are done here. That's nuts. You should see the boss fights. Those take ages too. Which is kind of why this challenge is a bit on the more insane side. Don't try it if you're not willing to go on for a long time. Other solo character challenges are a lot more reasonable than this. I can promise you that much. Level 26. 2 more levels until I go back to save. And greetings, Bregan Arthur. You didn't make the connection until you played Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core, in which you are preemptively use a Phoenix down and there's a feather over your head during the game until you die. Yeah, I mean, I got the idea that it's displayed as a feather, but I just didn't know that down is an English word for the fluffy, mini, very soft feathers that are usually in pillows and stuff. Which makes a lot more sense now. Basically, phoenixes, I just assumed, okay, the easiest way to portray a phoenix is a red feather. Makes sense. And I didn't think much further of that. Been trying to beat all the Pokemon games, up to Black and White too, using only one Pokemon. It's been pretty fun so far. Wow, that's pretty impressive. Ow, that's a lot of damage, buddy. Uh-oh, missed. Thunder. Do I know of Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core? I know it exists. I've never seen much of it. I've never played it myself. I'm generally not playing handheld games much at all. I think it's a handheld game, isn't it? PSP? Or Vita? One or the other. I don't even know the distinction between PSP and PS Vita. Wow, so much damage from poison every time. This is crazy. Usually poison is more on the low side in terms of damage output. But right now the Hydra is just pumping out the damage insanely high. Oh, come on, Galuf, don't miss. Electric type seems to be the way to go. Interesting. I would have gone with a neutral type that can learn variances of all the other elements. Wow, that was a bit of a struggle there. You thought? Yeah, me too, Britain. Me too. I thought as well that was just a questionable, weirdly translated thing. Although, I guess, after it showed up on newer translations and new things again and again, I maybe should have questioned it at some point. Or maybe at some point it would just be tradition to call it the Phoenix Down instead of anything else. There we go, 15 damage, that's way more reasonable. Wow. Hydra, please. No, I accidentally used it on Galef. Meaning too quick. Don't kill me. Okay, 15 damage again. You can't play with that. Alrighty, we are fine. The Hydra gets 2 turns here. 55. Now I need to heal. The thing is, I never actually played much of Final Fantasy VII, so I don't have much of an interest to play Final Fantasy Crisis Core. I heard it's apparently quite good though. That's nice. Light announce with block 2 and need 3 Pokemon in the party progress through certain parts of the game. That's unfortunate, I did not know that. I never played Black 1 or 2, or Pearl for that matter. Those are the 3 generations that I kind of skipped. Phoenix Down, yep, that one. Chase Statham. That's the one I know. Why not use Big Gallo from the beginning then? Because it's a solo white mage challenge. So I do everything with a solo white mage, including leveling up the second character, which I need for secondary purposes. Maybe I should make a move command for that at some point. But although that's a bit late now, at this place. Yeah, Zorbring. Final Fantasy VII is a good game, I feel. I can appreciate it for what it is. In a similar way that I appreciate Super Metroid. I like the game. I played through Super Metroid. I know what it does, and I see how good it is designed, or how well it is designed, or how much of an impact it had in its time when it was released. But I'm just not interested in the setting for Final Fantasy VII. I'm more the Middle Ages, magic, bow arrow instead of guns and stuff, kind of, or metal swords and stuff type of guy, rather than anything else. So I'm not into that steampunk or industrial setting, or interested in that steampunk industrial setting, which is why I'm much more interested in Final Fantasy IX than 7 or 8 for that matter. Anyone can be any job you choose. It's too early. Knight, Monk, Thief, Ninja, Berserker, Hunter, Mystic Knight, White Mage, Black Mage, Time Mage, Summoner, Blue Mage, Red Mage, Mediator, Geomancer, Bard, Normal, Dancer, and a few others. Delicious spaghetti. Yeah. No parry to the food box, please. Delicious spaghetti. No! Don't put me in the food box, that doesn't work. Eat your stream, guys. Strawberries! We need just 10 more, actually 9 more levels in Galuf here, which, let me look that up real quick. We just hit level 28, which means we are at about 62 or 63,000 experience. We need about 2 times more that amount of experience, so we are about a third through leveling Galuf already. And the second and third of his leveling sequence is going to be a lot easier because he has more maximum HP and is going to survive a lot more of the Hydra encounter. Did I go back and save, by the way? I think I did. Probably. Would be silly if I didn't. I'm not a fan of Cyberpunk's less industrial stuff either, but there's something about Final Fantasy VII and I'm a slave to it. I see. I mean, as I said, I can appreciate for what it is. The thing is, I've never had a PlayStation, so I didn't play it when it came out. So I don't have a particularly strong connection to the game one way or another. And I did try to play it multiple times, and it never hooked me enough for me to continue playing it. Which, to be fair, a lot of that was because it is early 3D graphics, and I just don't like that particularly much. But that doesn't help. You liked Advent Children's, alright. I liked Advent Children's because the one version that I got to watch of the movie was in Japanese without subtitles. So I had no clue what was going on, but it looked flashy and awesome, so that was nice. I liked the action. I've never seen Spirits Within. Steve Bloom? Without actually knowing it, I kind of would imagine that would be Barrett or something like that. It was so nice looking at the time, but man, it was a disappointing movie. Yes, that's what I heard from pretty much all sources. As in, it was basically just a... what's the word? An example of what you can do with technology at that point. On a pretty high level. But as a movie, apparently it was not all that great. I don't know. I've not seen it. He was Vincent, I see. Vincent is one of those characters that I immediately just kind of went, that guy looks pretty cool. And wanted to know more about that guy, but then in the end, I never got to that point in the game. Touchy-feely plants and animals. Nothing wrong with that. Y'all watch Kingsglaive? I have no idea what that is. I don't watch a whole lot of movies, to be honest. I started watching some anime series, but that's about it. And even those are kind of limited for the most part. I'm just playing video games here. give me a second. Trying to sit a bit more comfortable here. Titan AE. From what I heard, I've never seen it myself, but from what I heard, it's a really good movie. But it just didn't get enough recognition at the time, because it wasn't Disney or something like that. Which, to be honest, is probably the main reason why I've never watched it. I actually don't know whether it was released over here. I do not know. 600 entries as a voice actor. That's a lot of voice acting. That's nice. I definitely heard him somewhere. I wouldn't even be that sure about it. You need to see, most of the voices I've ever heard in movies were in German. And those are different voice actors most of the time. It lost 50 million, wow. You need to watch it again tonight. Does a ton of video game voice acting as well. Ah, come on. I would like to have some Hydra encounters. I think I've been running around for 5 minutes now with just one Hydra. That's kind of unlikely. The 35% chance to get one. There's a Street Fighter movie? I did not even know there's a Street Fighter movie. That's interesting. The only Street Fighter thing that I've ever seen in a movie was where it was kind of a parody about it. One of the characters got cool with smokes. Rude. One of the characters got kicked into an arcade machine and emerged as a Street Fighter character. Then the other character guy got kicked into the arcade machine and emerged as Chun-Li. I think it was Jackie Chan actually. I don't even know which movie that was. Might have been Rush Hour. That was kind of fancy to see. It's normally you don't get to see those kinds of things in the types of movie that I happen to watch or that happen to get localized to German anyways. So it was pretty exciting. You see video game in there. That was a long time ago too. That was also kind of a scary Hydra encounter. City Hunter with Jackie Chan. Interesting. Rolled Julia was Bison. That sounds interesting. Was the movie any good? The Street Fighter movie, that is. Chun-Li solo movie? And greetings, amazing gays here. Welcome to you as well. I hope you're doing well. It was fine too. I'll probably have to watch that sometimes. I didn't even know there was a new one. Street Fighter movie, that is. Because I didn't know there was an old one in the first place. That's kind of interesting. A game off? No, no quarter. Yeah, for now we are going to be safe until we hit level 32. And level 36 again. And also I have to kill off Ferris again. Which will take a while. That's Chun-Li Solace from 2009. That's 8 years ago, guys. Well, maybe 7.5. The same concept. Interesting. I did not know those movies even existed. But then again, I don't really care much about movies. Around 2009, I was mostly into World of Warcraft anyways. I barely watched ever any movies. And if it was anything that was movie-like, it was anime, which I kind of just discovered around that time being pretty interesting to watch. Wrong character. Enjoy your sneaky idle mode, or lurk mode. You could call it that too. $1994? That's a long time ago. You love how the pink-haired girl turned into an old man. Yeah, now we are finally leveling up our second solo white mage for specific purposes. It's not going to be as high of a level grind, only up to level 37, and then we will be done. We're already level 29 at this point. So just a little bit more in a sense. At level 31, we will have reached the half... Actually, at level 31.5, we have reached the halfway point for the grind of Galuf himself, in terms of how much experience it is, and then just one more time that long. Actually a bit shorter, because Galuf will survive stuff a lot easier at that point. Final Fantasy V, the game where both your party and your enemies deal more damage to themselves than the supposed opponents. Yeah, kinda. Something like that. Ferris does not have any armor equipped anymore, so the flail does true damage basically. If she hits, it's still a 30% chance to miss. Come on, where's the enemies? I want to bet that there's a tile where there are literally no encounters on, and I just keep walking over it because I don't know about it. Preemptive attack, nice, I like to see that. Hey Tishir, how are you doing, sir? You're done with class and it's still going. course it is. This is not going to go anywhere particularly quick. It is moving forward. We are almost, quote-unquote, done with the big grind. The Dark Hado? What was his name? I think I know what you mean. Akuma, there we go. Oh, Akuma. TFP? I've never heard of TFP. Probably. An animated movie of Street Fighter? I would not know about that. That might be. I just know I've seen some cartoon/animated drawings that were turned into short movies for Street Fighter, but I don't know whether there's an actual one. Wow, I'm glad. Rush missed. Ow. Good job, Galef. Like the pace his stream's going at, anyone else would have thrown the towel a long time ago. The thing is, if you are not prepared to take on this kind of challenge, you shouldn't take it. As in, if you're not willing to kind of know what's coming up. I knew exactly what I was expecting me starting this challenge, but I was just kind of excited. Let's dive into it. And now that we are almost done with the big grinds, I'm getting more and more motivated to actually continue this thing too. Because now I smell blood. Now we can go and slowly whittle down the next few bosses. Slowly, I say, like... I expect the next boss fight to take about half an hour, if I don't die. And I can die pretty much any time. So I kind of hope it doesn't take more than 2 hours. We'll see! Paris is crazy strong now in comparison to where she was before though, so that definitely helps. You want those boots? There's an animated Street Fighter movie. There's also series too, if I remember correctly. Interesting. What is the first part of the N and I? First part of N and I have no idea what that means. More levels until we get hit by quarter again. Let's just ride. Coffee? I probably should change the Ryu food box text at some point. He's no longer as much about coffee as he used to be. So, just a quick brainstorming session, ladies and gentlemen. What would be a good food box text for putting Ryu into the food box? It's kind of something that is typical for him. Rabbi coffee! The FP was a movie about gangs playing DDR game called Beat Beat Revolution. Revelation? And if you lost, you died. That is actually a pretty fascinating premise, I have to say. That is a fascinating premise to me. I would watch it based on that. Was it any good? That's a weird acronym. Oh, take care, Metal Bear. Thank you for sticking around. Have a nice day. The FP in the FP stands for Frazier Park. I have no idea what that means either. Meow meow meow. Something about looking for the stairs to the next level. Oh, that was for the right ear thingy. Him going roo 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 roo. The lead actor has an eye patch from actual life incidents. Interesting. Come on. Going to deal a ton of damage again. Right, going football. And then runs away. By the way, my bot even has Ryu emotes, so I could use those too. Him war crying against the rabbit. Kuko style rabbit rampage? Don't know what that means. Frazier Park is a dumpy little town here in California. Okay. Is that a bad thing? The Kukos are the birds from Zelda that if you hit them enough, they all go crazy and attack you. Oh, I see. That would be really interesting. Yeah, it's I didn't know what it meant. But I was just kind of... I thought someone earlier made a comment about LOL about that earlier, so I was just kind of wondering whether that was some weird place or something like that. But then again, now that I think about it, I was probably more likely about the food box. What we should put as a flavor text when we put the Ryu in there, since coffee is not really that accurate anymore. Also, for anyone watching as Woogie or Uncapable or Coface or Swoogie, Incapable, Coldface. Or background guy. What would be a good flavor text to put those guys into the food box? They played Meat Beat Revelation of Big Boost like the ones from the S&B movie? Wait, what? That's kinda weird. Butterfly! Okay, it has to be something with Butterfly for background guy, I agree. Let's make it. So, if you have a good flavor text for it with Butterfly, that would be great. Okay. Caliph is level 32, we go back and save. Because now he will take the quarter damage again. Only 5 more levels. We're done with Caliph. Yeah, Ferris will be revived soon, and Galuf will go back to sleep again very soon. I'm strongly considering just using Elixir for Galuf, because that might be faster. Oh. I don't know when you master the White Job class and get the 10% MP. No clue. But it definitely feels like that grind to level 37 is a lot faster than anything else I've done so far. So that helps. So, is Aegis or Black Shadow around, by the way? How are you holding up? Ouch. That's kind of sad if this level grind is fast. It is the fastest you can get as a white mage until late game, where we already have acquired Holy. Actually, there's probably a slightly faster grind even without Holy, with the magic lamp in the Marian Trench. But that's a different topic. And yes, this is just the fastest you can get. Every other character has different options, better options, faster options, or more specifically, except for the Berserker and Thief, they just don't need the other options. They can get through without having to level at all. What about Sugi in the food box? I do not know. I actually don't watch Sugi a whole lot, to be honest. Usually when he streams I'm about to go to bed. Or just woke up. One or the other, it's usually. Well, how do you get past the 2 separate towers when... This is why we have Caliph. We already leveled Faris. We have 2 solo white mages, which every single battle I will fight with a single solo white mage, but I will have to level 2 of them in order for us to be able to do that on every single battle. Nonetheless, it's going to be a solo white mage every time. We've already leveled up Faris to 64. I'm not going to grind Gallifol that way. Oh, don't worry about it. Whoa, buddy. That's a fancy name. Don't worry about it. That question has come up over and over again, so at some point maybe I should have created a command for it, I feel. It's okay, it's not a dumb question. It's essentially just a question of how do you do it, because there is no clear-cut way on how we want to do that in the first place. I could really imagine some text saying that the rabbit sees BGG chasing a butterfly falls into the food box. Later the rabbit opens the box and PB cries runs his... Hang on. I love that. Spotlight. I need to copy that. Unless someone comes up with a better text, I'm going to implement that. I love it. That's amazing. A robot coffee? With BGG, yeah. For me it's a bit nicer because I go to bed a lot later than your average European. As in I go to bed about 3 or 4 p.m. 3 or 4 a.m. in order for me to be fit for the stream that goes from the evening till about 11 or 12 p.m. That's not worth feeling that. So I usually get to watch background guy basically when I fall asleep. Yep. It's 8.88 bits. And that is a worthwhile thingy. Gets you every time. I don't blame you for getting you every time, it's pretty funny. And yes, we do actually have a rabbit coffee. That's the thing. Yeah, we should be almost level 33, which means I'm going to go back and save until we hit level 36, where we are divisible by 4 again. You just need to make sure you have enough cups for the coffee, because the rabbi tends to just eat the entire cup instead of just drinking the coffee. Indeed, we have also Magus Cup. You don't need to be subscribed to Magus for putting a Magus Cup in there. Just in case you didn't know that. Yes, it works on Hydras. Hyudoras, those guys here, are actually different enemies, so it does not work on them. Also, this entire encounter is about 800 less experience than the individual Hydra encounters. It's actually a pretty significant difference. Coffee, Jagabot with the typo. Oh, there is a typo. Let me correct that. Okay, it is corrected now. Thank you. You wish you could get levels on the Rabbite and check his status? Yeah, I would like to do a lot more with the Rabbite, but I don't have enough time to create an entire bot with everything that I would want to have. So I'd rather just leave it at the minimalistic thing. Because what I would like to have is actually a visual representation of the little rabbit on stream, where he uses the lowest, I don't know, 50 pixels of the stream to hobble around, and when bits get donated, bits fall from the sky, the rabbit goes to collect them and builds, puts them into a box, or builds a nest out of them, or something like that. And just eats them once in a while because he's hungry too. At least that's an idea, just not sure that's even something that I would want to put onto the stream, because that could be rather distracting, etc. It is just a nice little idea that I would like to have, but more likely than not it would be too distracting for my type of stream anyways. Like a Tamagotchi, kinda. And then when people put something into the food box, you would have an individual character for each user that is just randomly generated for them and personalized, maybe even. You could do so much with those kinds of things. As in, the little character goes and brings the item into the food box, the rabbit goes once in a while to the food box, takes the item out and plays a little animation. And yes, the rabbit does level up. I don't know how much or how many levels the rabbit has, but I can tell you he has 7,742 experience. He gains experience through you doing exclamation mark romp, and he gains experience through you using putting stuff into the food box. Most of the items give 2 experience. I can adjust the experience value there. Yaga got you. You're right now working on ability to control the Actraiser Angel and a Blue Dragon on stream via chatbot commands. That sounds pretty awesome actually. And I'll definitely want to check that out. Mm-hmm. 16 or 17? Yeah, I think that sounds about right, Blood. That sounds about right. We have reached level 33. Vampire King. The thing is, I would really like to have it just, as I said, on the lowest 50 or 100 pixels. But then also interact with bits and maybe even donations and stuff like that. I mean, there was so many things that I would like to have, but there's no way I will have enough time to program any of that myself. And even if someone else would have time to program, it would still use up a lot of time to adjust and make it right. And then I also would not feel comfortable without reimbursing that person for their work. because currently I would not have the funds to do so. Let's go. 4 more levels, and we're done. 4 more levels means about 70,000 more experience, and that's quote-unquote only 10, 20... $23 Hydras. Oh, nice. Thank you for that. You rarely ever see the antidote spell in these. Might take a little while longer until Ferris falls. Going to use armor for now. Armor cuts the physical damage you receive in half. It can actually reduce this by a bit more than half, but that's the general idea of it. Idea is every 5 minutes a ready message appears and there's one chance for someone to shoot an arrow who hits to kill, or tell the blue dragon to attack, or have the destroyed building get restored to the right blue dragon if he has died. That sounds really neat. That does sound really neat, bro. One. Actually, no, never mind. I was just thinking a physical attack modifier would not be all that useful, but it kind of is. Kind of gained a level. 34. Can you keep the rabbit? Well, you can keep your rabbit if you have one. But our stream pet just should probably stay around here. Yes, Hydra is considered undead, and because it does not have a heavy flag, it can also be instant killed by a revival move, so to speak. Whoopsie. But usually that does not come into play, since it has a wall effect on, but an item just does the same thing and ignores the wall effect. Wall reflects spells, but it does not reflect items. Number of surprising undead enemies, although not all of them can be one-shot by Phoenix Stones. Let's see. I think the only surprising on that enemy to me was the red dragon. Other than that, everything else seems kind of standard. Or am I missing something? Attack from the back. Oh boy. This is kind of dangerous if I stay here, but it should be fine now. Actually, the Hydra gets 2 turns now. And finally Gallops actually dodges 1 turn. Did he learn? No. He just learned white again. So I could do this. I wanted to. Because why not? I think the way it works with Hydra is the Phoenix Down revives all of its heads at once. There's not enough space for them to all spawn, so the Hydra goes pop. I like that explanation. Jill Turtle too. That's true, the Jill Turtle is actually considered undead. Although he's also heavy, so you can't just do give him a Phoenix Down. Nom 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 nom. That's okay. Yay, preemptive attack. I love it when I can just straight up kill the Hydra. That makes that way easier. Then please, right away, another Hydra encounter. Please. Come on. Eventually, that is. Nice. I've gained a level. Level 35. 2 more. Come this Gala. It's actually really convenient that I don't have to stock up on antidotes. And every time I would have to go into my items menu to use an antidote. So that's nice. Eventually we'll get some hydros again. Hopefully anyways. To be fair, we should get those only every third encounter. And we just had to remember. Ah. That's never nice. Hydra gets 2, well the Hyudora gets 2 attacks. The Lonka Knight and oh, never mind. Sometimes Galuf apparently is fast enough. Do I attack? Nah, safety first. Of course, because I lose a lot more time dying than I gain time by attacking instead. Please no more back attacks, that would be lovely. To be fair, this front attack isn't much better. Outside of I don't take damage and it's not dangerous. Time. But time flows like a river. And history repeats. Eventually I'll get a Hydra again. Maybe. Oops. Accidentally walked up again. Eventually we'll get the thing. Eventually. I'm starting to wonder which encounter I get, whether it's based on the frame or based on steps. I think the type of encounter is likely based on frames. So kind of like... I'm starting to wonder whether there would be a method to manipulate which encounter I get. Kind of like Pokemon used to do, with keeping track of the... possible values. I forget what it was called, before they were allowed to use RTA timing and had RD manipulation. Two more. And then we are 36. Almost there. Then finally we go over to King Tycoon and say hi to Archeo Evis. After killing off Galuf, that is. One. By the way, I'm still kind of contemplating which character I want to send up which part of the tower, but at this point it's almost clear. I'm going to send Galuf up the magic side of the tower and Ferris up the physical side of the tower. The reason for that is, the magic side of the tower, I can't really do damage either way, so my offense is secondary. Plus, with the equipment I should have, no matter what, I should be able to sustain for an indefinite amount of time anyways. Just equip defensive buffs, and that should be it. One more level, guys. One more. I'm going to save before, because now our level is divisible by 4 again. By the way, one thing I just started to notice is that even though the difference in agility is not that much between Galuf and Ferris, it is still noticeable. Actually, it might be quite a bit. In fact, let's see. Galuf is +0 agility, Ferris is +3, so it's actually 3 agility difference, which I guess does make quite a bit of a difference in the end. By the way, is it just me, or does my browser no longer respond right now? I seem to be still streaming, but everything else is gone? I've been wondering why no one has been chatting since a while. Let me actually check. So, good evening, Mindesi, and good evening, Kyora Kyo 1212. How did Dan's path Figure of Mana go? It actually went quite fine, I have no complaints. Overall, it was pretty fascinating to say the least. And took less long than expected, but I was still feeling my legs the next day, although not nearly as much as I expected them to. So it was pretty okay. You can find the highlight on YouTube and on Twitch if you'd like to see it. Sorry, Mindesi. Yeah, the thing is, my browser just doesn't update anymore right now, and I only just noticed this. And my Discord also does not respond on this PC right now. It does work on laptop. So it was just really super strange for a moment here. I was wondering why no one was saying anything in chat. I'm now watching through the pontificated chat plugin onto the chat, which is what I don't normally do. As in, I actually do have the chat popped out. So that's super weird, because both Chrome and also Discord don't want to work, I guess? Let me try again real quick. Oopsie, that was the wrong folder. I don't even know what that folder is down there. So apparently my entire Explorer crashed on this PC. So this PC has trouble right now. I don't know what's going on. Ctrl-Alt-Delete doesn't work either. But the stream is still going, so that's kind of interesting. Well then. Explorer has crashed. I can't open the task manager either, apparently. What was the combination for the task manager, guys? As in, I know there's a direct combination outside of Ctrl-Alt-Delete. That is so weird right now. You had that last Friday, and no more saying anything in chat, and you were like, has my browser crashed, or am I just unpopular right now? Yeah, it was worse when Twitch for a while had the trouble that just chat messages were swallowed and never delivered. And so I was never sure. I know my chat is kind of quiet most of the time, but is it really that quiet? So I was kind of frequently asking, is anyone still there? Does the chat not work this time again? Ctrl-Alt-Shift-Escape. Thank you. Oh, Ctrl-Shift-Escape. So that key combination does not work either. Let me actually real quick check whether... Okay, keyboard still works. I mean... I can probably complete streaming like this. That's so weird. Prefer right-click taskbar, open task... Yeah, that's what I usually do. But when your Explorer does not react anymore, and your key combinations don't work anymore, that's kind of difficult to do. Good evening, Silesium. It was nothing spectacular, just kind of like usual. How are you doing? And I hope you had a nice day. So yeah, Ctrl-Shift-Escape does not work either anymore. I'll probably have to restart the PC. It is currently Windows 7. But yeah, if the Explorer doesn't work, your taskbar is not going to react either. You're doing alright? Glad to hear that. I mean, I have chat, I have my game, OBS apparently still works, so... There is no Windows. Windows key does not work when your Explorer crashed. Windows key does not work. Ah, we're almost there. We're almost there. Potato computer? No, this thing is... Well, let's put it this way. It is by now 4 years old. But it was high-end when I bought it, and it still holds up really well today. It's a really, really good PC, but it always had a bit of trouble with stuff, but it never was anything particularly bad. Like, the trouble is, like, it takes literal 10 minutes to start up until it gets running, but then it runs really smoothly. Celebrating tomorrow as you'll be busy this evening. That sounds nice too. What level am I aiming for? Level 37. Usually make a fancy dinner for one. That's nice too. No, this thing can still run the latest games on reasonably high settings. As in almost highest settings usually. Obviously not of games like Far Cry, but Skyrim was no problem, although that's pretty old by now too. Most games are absolutely no trouble to run on the highest settings, let's put it that way. On the other hand, I don't really run the latest. I don't really run the latest PC games either way, so it doesn't matter that much most of the time. It might actually be 5 years old by now. It's actually more likely 3 or 4. I think 3 or 4 is about right. Ctrl-Alt-Delete does not work either, Hobbes. That is what I normally do, but it doesn't work. As in, I've had my Explorer crash reasonably often already that I actually know that. But no dice. As in, I tried Ctrl-Alt-Delete, it just doesn't work. And yes, Windows R doesn't work either. Alrighty, we have completed our journey to level up our characters. Which means... poor little Galuf here will make room now for the fantastic and amazingly powerful Ferris. Galuf will get stripped of all equipment. And pretty much off we go after saving, finally towards Archeoavis. Boss time. Just need to defeat Galuf somehow. So, I think the Elf Cape is the best choice that we have here, and I don't really have any other choices either way. Finally some action, pretty much. Oh, come on. I use size. Actually, size reduces your defense. He doesn't have any defense in the first place, does he? I don't have a start button when the Explorer crashed. Guys, I know. I tried those things. I tried all the common things. There is no start button. So Little Gallop is flat now. No, my browser does not work. My browser does not work. The only things open are literally the emulator, the fontificator, the OBS, and the splits program. That's it. Let's go. We have no idea what's happening with Galuf. He's no longer being used. He is now sufficiently leveled, and I no longer have any need for him until a fair bit later into the game, where he will be the ones being the solo white mage, and subsequently Kara later. Restart the bloody computer. No, why would I? Stream still works. I can do that later, after I'm done streaming. I mean, restart is literally my only option, to my knowledge. But I'm currently streaming, so I'll restart later. Don't worry. How will I restart my computer? Well, with the button on it, probably. Hit Control Shift Escape. No, that doesn't work. I tried that. Thank you. Guys, I've tried it. Alrighty, let's get armor. Armor cuts all the damage that I receive in half. So, let's actually talk about Archeo Avis. Archeo Avis here is a boss that consists of 5 different phases. Where is my healing rod? There we go. So, Archeo Avis consists of 5 different phases. For the first 4 ones, you don't actually see a transition between them. Only the 5th one will be obvious as to what actually happened. Breathwing always does exactly 1/4 of your maximum health in damage. So if it keeps using that, I will just keep losing a ton of health. Slip introduces a slip status, which means I lose a lot of health over time. It's like poison, just faster, you could say. Also, it's a physical attack that his first form knows. Later forms know different physical attacks. So let's start whacking away on him. Every time I deal 1600 damage, he changes form, even if it does not necessarily represent that in his display, so to speak. The first form is basically wind, and for some reason it is actually weak to wind element too. So the speedrun uses geomancers here to take advantage of the elemental area effect, which is kind of weird. Wow. My HDD might be dying, honestly. The thing is, my HD has a different problem entirely. Also, by the way, I've had 30% chance to miss, and I just missed 3 times in a row. So what's the chance for that? 1.8% to hit. Miss 3 times in a row anyways. That is 3 out of 4 it's missed. It's pretty unfortunate so far. You do need patience. That's kind of what I do. No, the thing is, my PC does have trouble. It does have problems. Restarting... Essentially, the hard disk thinks it is an... What's the word? One of those fast disk thingies. It's a regular HD card instead of a flash disk. I don't know whether you call that flash disk. I forgot the name. Either way, at some point, originally this PC used to have flash disk in it, but that thing eventually died and I had to use a backup and actually used a regular HD, and I never bothered to replace it with another flash disk for that matter. SSD, there we go, that's the word. That's the correct word, thank you, Blatt. So I'm pretty sure a lot of my troubles with that thing stem from there. Also, I have not cleaned that PC up in a long time either, in terms of it is pretty broken in a lot of aspects. Like, I used to dabble a lot into C# and installed and uninstalled a whole lot of runtimes and other runtimes, and also tested around to be able to get some Visual Studios to work, or other versions of Visual Studio, and I'm pretty sure that stuff probably broke some things too. Just be messing with it without knowing what I do. Rabbi needs a friend, and he will find one eventually. That's nice. And yes, it's a bit skewed if it's not just 3 hits exactly that I need to miss as a result, but I'm missing an awful lot. Actually, I just remembered, this guy also has evasion. So it's not just the 30% chance to miss, it's the 30% plus him having evasion. So that does not help us. You know what, I might as well use Cure instead. The rabbit beat the Ruru God. He did. Would not matter if you chose to use HD instead of SSD when you had to change it out. Bad sector. The thing is, I'm pretty sure the HDD is way larger than 100 gigabyte, and it thinks it's 100 gigabyte large only. And I didn't have the choice there. I literally just did a system restore and run with it. I don't exactly even know what kind of system restore it is. It basically came in package with the PC that I bought. I didn't assemble it myself. I don't trust myself with assembling a PC, even though I've technically learned to do that. Three consecutive misses in 30% chance would be, well, 1.8%. But... no, 2.7%, sorry. But Archaeovis also has evasion, so it's a lot lower. Your slow startup and other things is probably caused by disabled services if you had SSD before and switched to HD without a fresh install. Superfresh prefetch? I have no idea what that means. To make sure whether it's a minor memory thing or your HD is really dying, you should open CMD as an admin. To do a check this /r, that way next time you start recording it'll send the HD for bad sectors and try to fix them. If something can't be fixed, I'll tell you. It's system log, but since Explorer doesn't seem to work right now. I see. Thank you. I'll try to write that down. So, he just switched phase. He is now in his second form, the fire form. Is it fire? Actually, it might be water. Either way, he has slightly less physical defense now, but the variance of the flail and the low attack power of the white mage just kind of make that seem like it's not even noticeable. Also now, with his attack, he can poison me, which is not so pleasant. Also, Blaze causes slip status as well, as in constantly losing HP. That's also less than pleasant. This boss has 10 evade. I'm guessing that's 10%, but maybe not. I don't remember Dryalizer, but it might be. So it could just be a flat 40% chance to miss, which would make it slightly more reasonable for me to miss this often. Doing it overnight since it can take a few hours. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you for the information. To be completely honest with you, so far I've just been too lazy to do anything about it. And it still worked without any trouble, so whatever. That was my mindset, but eventually that will come back to bite me, I'm pretty sure. I see. Can you send me that via Whisper Quadlight? That would be nice. Because I'm likely not going to remember those. The checklist is easy to remember. The frame rate is horrible here, seconds per frame. For the stream? Or is there some other problem? The game looks normal for me, and it also tells me that there are no drop frames. For a stream video? Is that true for anyone else? It's fine for you. That you may want to refresh then. It might be an issue on Phalon's end, but it could also be an issue between you and Twitch, as in the connection. That happens once in a while for different areas. Audio is fine. That's weird then. Oh. We push now. Tail. Oh no, do I have enough eye drops for this? I do have heal. So unlike Final Fantasy VI, flying status actually heavily affects you. In this one. So we pushed him into the third phase. A little bit less defense now, but flame is now the same as it was with the wind attack before. Just does 25% of my maximum health and damage, which is also about almost 1000 HP. So that's pretty devastating. "34 skipped frames. I have 0 dropped frames here from my end. I like it when he attacks physically, it almost does nothing. So the danger comes with the fourth form and also in the final form. So the first 4 forms are basically representing different elements. And also they please stop spamming flames, that's not nice. The first 4 forms are not too bad. Can be a bit irritating if it keeps using flame over and over again, but it's still okay. The 5th form, however, combines all of the previous form's abilities into one. So that means he could use Tail to blind me, he could use the other attack to poison me, he could use the one attack to paralyze me, and I forgot what the 4th one was. Either way, he can do all of those things. And plus, I believe he can also use a Whirlwind attack, which reduces my HP to critical value, like less than 10 HP. And if I am hit by slip status, I'm pretty much dead if that happens to hit me. Also healing it up against flame, which deals more damage than I can heal with a single cure too, because of my high maximum HP. Which, by the way, the high maximum HP against this fight is a liability, basically. That makes it a bit more difficult. The last form also has a 2000 HP instead of just 1600. So I will need to try and push through that as quick as I can. Ouch. Every time he has flame, I need to heal again. I use Cure to heal because I am very unlikely to use up all my magic either way, and I don't want to constantly switch between the Healing Rod and the Flail, as both the Healing Rod and Cure 2 are exactly the same thing, basically. Are you kidding me? I'm just going to heal first. And greetings, Ruff. I'm doing quite fine. How are you doing, sir? Good evening. Well, even if Tail hit there, it wouldn't matter because I was already blinded. Could you please stop using that? What I could do, by the way, is equip a Flame Ring to push past this phase without any trouble whatsoever. But the issue is the last phase, where he will keep using all of the attacks, and the most devastating one is getting paralyzed. So if I get paralyzed in the last phase, and he decides to use the percentage moves or critical hit moves, I will die really quickly. So that's what I want to mostly avoid doing it with Elf Cape instead of using the Flame Ring. Although he can also use Flame in the last phase too, which would heal me instead then, which could be handy. Roo. Eventually I'll be able to attack again, because I don't have to remove this thing or have to heal myself because of flame. Eventually. I believe. Strobe outline status? Oh, that is armor. It reduces physical damage I take by half. Which frankly doesn't do a whole lot in this fight. Yellow is physical damage reduced, green is bouncing spells back, red is haste. And I think that's it. Oh. No, is blue bouncing back? I don't remember. One is also a shell, which reduces spell damage taken by half, which would be really handy right now, but I don't have shell. Quick question, guys. When do I learn shell as a white mage? I think I do learn shell, right? I'm pretty sure I do. Hey, I can attack more once. Miss. And we're back to 0. Bluest shell? Possible. Shell is green, reflect is blue. Ah, that's way around. Okay. You don't remember that blink rate being quite that aggressive. On most other streams you don't necessarily realize it if they only stream at 30 FPS, but I stream at 60 FPS. And it is a pretty aggressive blink rate, I agree. Shell is next magic tier, World 2. Thank you. Hey, I will be able to attack. Or is he quicker than me? No, I can finally attack again. Once. Hey, I can attack again. Thank you. And yes, you buy spells. That's true. That's why I ask where I get it. Because I don't remember. Just attack with the healing rod. I could attack it myself with the healing rod, that's technically an option. But that's kind of silly if I can just use cure instead. Hey, I like him using tail twice. Because now he will only ever go slightly before me, which is more convenient. But it looks like Arceus has like 1 agility more than Ferris. So he goes ever so slightly faster than me. And now he just overtook Ferris. Your damage rolls are not that great right now, Ferris. Sorry to say that. Two to 3 hours. This guy should not take as long as the other boss fights, but it will probably take on the order of 15 to 20 minutes if we have a successful kill. But the chance to die in this fight is actually not that low in the last phase, that is. So it is something to be wary of. Also, I'm kind of reluctant to use elixirs, because then I will have to farm them up again later. But I probably should just straight up start using elixirs to speed up the process. Not entirely sure. Oh, that was a good hit. Good dodges, Ferris. Good dodges. And also good hits. We can keep continuing that. Flame, I'm going to hit you though. He should switch to the next form soon. I have not kept track of the damage. And now we're going to heal up again. Actually, I'm just going to attack once. No more. The average damage is clearly triple digit. Yep, something like that. Why do I have a fish in my party? That is a mini character. His name is Galuf. He is not normally looking like that. Did I just push him into the next phase? I did. Oh, I thought that was the 4th phase. I was wrong. This is the one that can paralyze me, right? Yep. Paralyze is really bad. I believe the effect lasts less long the higher level I am, so... Unless he changes it like that. By the way, it resets my ATB bar, so he can get an attack in, or 2 attacks in, before I can do anything again. Thank you for dodging. That's exactly why I use the cape. That's exactly why I use the cape here, because it can dodge the claw. Oh, that's going to be ugly, isn't it? Looks like fish. Kind of looks like a little fish, indeed. If you know what it is supposed to be, it's easier to recognize what it is, but I can kind of see the fish. It's weird. The cap is OP. Which cap? Oh, the cape, yes. The elf cape is insane. It's amazing. The paralysis is brutal to deal with, yup. Especially as a solo character. But hey, on the bright side, I no longer have to use heal on myself to remove the blind. 192. And we heal up again. It's a dead mini-galaf indeed. Yes, it's not a fish. Fish are looking slightly different in this game. But it does kind of look like a fish. Now I kind of want to have a little picture of mini-galaf and then just write fish on top of it. I'm running out of magic now. Okay, nice. That's about 600 damage so far, out of 1600 to push him into the last phase. Hey, I can attack, that's nice. About 750. Um, 850. We are past the halfway point now. I really like it when Archeo Avis chooses to use physical attacks instead. That's really nice. Just plain old physical attacks, not Claw, which is technically physical too. Which is why it can be dodged by the Elf Cape. Also, if he decides to alternate Claw, you know what? Let's get to use an elixir here. If he decides to alternate between using Claw and Thunder, I'm actually going to be in a lot of trouble. Because he has just enough time, ever so slightly enough time, to get in an attack every time he stuns me, and then he can stun me again. Plus, if he keeps using Thunder every single turn, I eventually will die as well if I don't use an elixir, because it does more damage than I can heal. So yeah, whenever it's Claw, he gets an attack in, and then he gets another attack in, before I can act. Did I just give him the idea of doing this? Please don't do that, that would be silly. Thank you for dodging, Ferris. I really appreciate that. That's why we have the Elf Cape. Even though the fire phase was really annoying, it was not dangerous. It was just really slow. But this phase is actually dangerous, and the last phase in conjunction with everything is equally dangerous. Since he will have 3 total moves, which are percentage-based attacks, and he will have Claw to potentially stun me again. Good dodges, Ferris, good dodges. He's also dodging pretty well though. Also, I need to heal after every time I get hit with the Thunder, because if he decides to do a few combinations of Claw, Thunder, I would be dead rather quickly. What I would love to have on a White Mage in this game was the regen status, as in that allows you to gradually regenerate HP over time. That would be fantastic. Since it would get rid of all the chip damage he does, and all the little portions of damage that I just don't heal out. On top of that, 4 Thunders, or 4 25% attacks would not be enough, because I would heal just enough up in the meantime, for it to not be an issue. Good dodge. Wasn't there a way to... Wasn't there a way to access your regular Explorer via File Explorer of another program somehow? Or could you please stop that? That is a really mean combination of moves. I believe he has a 1 in 3 chance of using a specific move. So that specific combination he needs to do probably about 3 times in a row. Claw, thunder, claw, thunder, claw, thunder. Oh my god. Please don't do that now. You are really rude, buddy. Thunder kills me now. Good job, Ferris. That was really not nice. Too bad there is no lightning ring that I could equip. So we are at about 1100 HP. I'm just going to attack here. I want to get through his face. There we go. So, this is the final phase. He's considered undead and immune to literally all spells. The chance of him doing the claw and the elemental attack is way lower because he cannot use claw every turn, but he can use Maelstrom, which is the attack that I was talking about, which reduces my HP into critical health. I don't know what Entangle does. That Paralyze? So Maelstrom, I just have to straight up heal up with an elixir, because an elemental attack would kill me if I only healed. On that 64. Fang is poison, that would be less than ideal. 72. Oh, never mind. Thank you for unconfusing me. Fang is confusion. That's really bad for me. And he can apparently do that every turn. Thank you for unconfusing me. That's about how much damage? 500-ish? Not quite. Okay. I'm strongly contemplating just straight up healing with elixirs instead. Which I will do if I drop below, let's say, 1400 HP. No, don't kill yourself, Ferris. Don't kill yourself, Ferris, please. Wait a second. Anything is killing me here. There's nothing that could have happened that would have been positive for me. So that means if I heal, I want to equip the healing rod to prevent this kind of situation from happening. Well, that was unfortunate. Oopsie. By the way, Let me actually check real quick on my laptop as to whether I lost connection. Oh, I see. My chat here now also does not update anymore. So let's see, what did you guys write? Final Fantasy Pinball Edition with the claw thing. Yeah, let me check real quick. Disconnect. Oh, well. My Fontificator thing doesn't work either anymore. Okay, I'm going to close my... Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I'm actually going to restart my PC now. I'm not sure I would lose the file here, but I'm going to restart the PC. I'm going to be back with another attempt of RQE within about, I don't know, 15 minutes. As I said, restarting this PC takes a long time. So sorry about that, and see you later. Hopefully it's not going to be anything too bad.